Hello, everybody. Now, this is one of those moments I wish I could sing so I could say, hello, everybody. We thank the Lord for how much we can do. This is the day that the Lord has made, and I and you will rejoice and be glad in this day. I am super excited about today. Can you tell just by looking at me how excited I am? I am so excited. My name is Presh Tolker. That will be PreshTalker across all of my social media platforms. It is at the Presh Talker. So you can follow me and learn more about me. However, I am super excited to welcome you to Africa's premier and biggest voice over conference 6.0. Now, that would mean that for the past 5 years and now for the sixth year in a row, we've been empowering young people. Need I say young people? More than young people, everyone who is interested in using their voices as a tool for finance and income, we've been empowering them to become a better version of themselves so that they can make money. Now, there's something the convener of the event likes to say, and I'm going to borrow that. He likes to say, talk is cheap, but your voice can be expensive. Doesn't that just sound so good? Talk is cheap, but your voice can be expensive. And it just takes me down back memory lane as a young person in school. I'd gotten into the University of Port Harcourt, Unique Uniport. And I remember as a first year student, I had gone to join the school's radio station. And after a while, my boss had said to me, "You are so good at your job, I'd like for you to do something bigger." And so he had introduced me to his colleague at AIT Ray Power at the time. And I'd gone there for an interview and I was hired the very same day. Okay? And by the next day, I had resumed as a radio presenter. Now, because I was a student, I wasn't going to be getting any money. So they're going to give me a stipend of 30,000 naira. At the time, it was good money for me, but I knew that, of course, I needed more money. One of the best ways I had gained and earned money at that time was as a voiceover artist. If you lived in Port Harcourt at that time and you used to have, you had to go into taxis and all of that, you would definitely hear my voice because I did almost all of the church ads and all the event ads. As long as it was going to be on Ray Power AIT, I was the one voicing it. I literally had such a swell time, and so I was making money. Did I say 500,000? No, 50,000, 100,000, 150K, and I was making that like sometimes twice in a week, sometimes three times, sometimes once in a week, and I didn't need my salary anymore because I was making that much money, right? And so when we say talk is cheap, but your voice can be expensive, we know exactly what we mean. Okay? Once again, welcome to the Voice Over Conference. This is going to be super, super impactful. We've put together such an amazing and packed event for you. If I could advise, I would say to you, clear your schedule. Clear it. Because there's nothing that you're going to miss out on by not being here today. No, you're going to miss out on a lot by not being here today, okay? But however, you will not miss out on anything if you went somewhere else, okay? Now, please, I just indulge you to come here with your heart. Make sure that you have your book or your pen, whatever writing materials that you have, your pad, whatever it is that you save information on, get that ready because you're going to have an explosive amount of knowledge to earn today. Okay? Now I'm just going to do a little bit of housekeeping. If you are joining us on Zoom and or you're trying to join on Zoom and you're unable to get in, it's because we only have a limit of 500. Okay? And so if you're not able to reach us on Zoom, I'll just advise that you go to YouTube. It's very easy. It is at the Voice Over Conference. Okay? So if you're unable to join in on Zoom, nothing to worry about. Just join us on YouTube, the Voice Over Conference. Okay? And if you want to see a schedule of how the event is going to go as well today, go to www.thevoiceoverconference.com. Once again, www.thevoiceoverconference.com. I would definitely also love to hear from you. So I'd ask that you let me know what your name is, where you're joining us from, and maybe how you say hello in your language. Okay? Just let me know your name, where you're joining in from, and how to say hello in your language. So, hello is whatever time it is for you. If it's good afternoon, if it's good morning, good evening, from wherever you're joining us in the world, just drop that in the chat. For us here, it is good afternoon from the city of Ikeja, Lagos, Nigeria, West Africa, world. Okay, we'll pay some bills and I'll be right back for more details about the Voice Over Conference 6.0. Don't go anywhere, stay with us.
Welcome to Page International Finance Company Limited, your trusted partner for loans, investments, and seamless payments. Since 2014, Page Financials has empowered Nigerians with fast and flexible financial solutions, fully licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Whether you're a salary earner looking to access up to 5 million naira with no collateral or a business owner seeking up to 20 million naira to grow your enterprise, we've got you covered. You can also earn more on your money with our high-yield investment options designed to support your long-term goals. Make seamless payments anytime and anywhere through our secure mobile app, USSD code, and debit card.
Contact us via customer@pagefinancials.com or call 020-117-07243 or visit www.pagefinancials.com. Follow us on all social media @Page Financials. Page Financials, taking you further.
Finally, we've been waiting for something like this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay, fam, we've got some serious updates to talk about. So far, Wavestream has given you seamless broadcasting service. Cool features like the pause and the rewind, the cloud storage, and the ability to pay for your subscription in Naira. Now, we have the Wavestream version 2 that is about to change the way we work with audio.
The original was good, but
now it's next level. Wavestream is now your all-in-one app for everything audio creation and broadcasting. Guys, where should we start from? Let's talk about the editing tools first. This is game-changing. You know how we usually need different apps to record and clean up recordings? Not anymore. You can now trim mistakes on Wavestream.
With Wavestream, I can adjust the volume level, reduce background noise, and even add professional fade effects, all built in.
That's just the beginning though. We know creators need more than just editing. You need to engage your audience.
which is why the new channel post feature is everything. Now I can share updates of my images and text between my regular broadcast. My subscribers get notified when I post, and anyone visiting my channel can see them. It's perfect to keep the conversation going.
But wait, my favorite part, sound bites.
Okay.
I can now record short clips directly in the app or pull highlights from existing content, then add effects like echo and reverb.
And the templates. I can create professional looking audio clips in seconds.
Wow.
Preview them and save them as drafts.
I can also share straight to my social media platform. No more complicated exporting and uploading.
So what are you waiting for? Your audience is ready to hear you.
And welcome back to the Voice Over Conference 6.0. I'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors. Now, you know that to run an event like this, we need partnership, we need sponsorship, we need your support, okay? So thanks to our sponsors. And if you are watching and you're thinking, how can I be a part of the Voice of a Conference? How can I support? How can I lend my help? How can I help amplify other African voices using this platform? All you need to do is reach out to us at www.thevoiceofaconference.com or go to Instagram, The Voice of a Conference, or you could also send us an email at The Voice of a Conference. It's very, very easy to reach us and send us your money so that we can have an even bigger and better conference next year. Now, if you have joined the event so far and you have not invited a friend whom you know will be interested in making money using their voice, you're doing the wrong thing. Absolutely doing the wrong thing. So if you haven't invited someone to this conference so far, I'm very certain that you know someone who has a great voice and can make a living off speaking. I'd like you to right now take a moment and send them the link to this event. I'll wait. Don't mind me, I'll not wait. But please send them a link to the event. Send them a chat. Tell them the Voice of a Conference is happening now. Post to your stories on Instagram. Post to your stories on WhatsApp. Let someone know that the Voice of a Conference is happening now and that it is super, super, super impactful. Now, behind a conference like this, there is always a convener, a brain behind the conference. And I sincerely applaud the man behind this vision, because you have to be a very selfless person to think to yourself, yes, I make money using my voice. Yes, I am doing very well in this profession. But also, I would like for other people to come on this journey with me and make just as much as I am making, or maybe even more. I would like to pave the way for people behind me to also, go through this means and make money using their voices as well. And so I sincerely celebrate our convener. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now listen to a welcome address by our convener. He is an African voice actor, coach, producer, event host, gospel rap artist. I'm sure you did not know that. And founder of the Voice Over Workshop, the Voice Over Conference, and VO Star Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, King E. Afemike.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Voice Over Conference 2025. My name is King E. Afemike, the convener of the Voice Over Conference and founder of Voice Over Workshop and Media. It is a delight. I am truly, truly humbled to be organizing, or for me and my team, or my team and I, to be organizing the Voice Over Conference 6.0. It has been a long time coming, and we're grateful for how far the conference has come. Today, I just want to tell you something. As much as possible, learn. Change the trajectory of your life with the things that you will learn today. Voiceover is no longer business as usual. The world is drastically changing, and changing fast, and you want to catch up. So every speaker that is here that is going to say something today, you want to take it as important. Hello everyone, welcome to Delight. I am truly, truly humbled to be organizing, or for me and my team, or my team and I, to be organizing the Voice Over Conference 6.0. It has been a long time coming, and we're grateful for how far the conference has come. Today, I just want to tell you something. As much as possible, learn. Change the trajectory of your life with the things that you will learn today. Voiceover is no longer business as usual. The world is drastically changing, and changing fast, and you want to catch up. So every speaker that is here that is going to say something today, you want to take it as importance can be. And I want to say thank you to all our speakers and facilitators, all our moderators and MCs. The conference is packed with so many people, and I'm truly grateful for the gift of people, volunteers doing amazing work behind the scenes. And if we continue like this, because we will, the industry across Africa will experience a new turnaround, and a lot of good things are about to happen to us. So welcome to the Voiceover Conference. Big shout outs to our producers, our team members, my beloved wife, you're doing amazing. Thank you so much for all you do. And our sponsors, we really, truly appreciate you. I want to just sit back and enjoy the conference and learn as much as possible. And like I said, take this as important can be. This is the time that you have this year to learn more, to grow. And I'm sure that even with online, you can connect. A lot of people are coming from outside Lagos, Nigeria, Abuja, Ibadan, Oyo, Akure, Benin, like everyone, okay? And if you're not in Nigeria, you're also joining us tomorrow for the physical event. Please, as much as possible, come ready to learn, ready to grow. We have medical teams on ground. We are refreshed by Nigerian bottling company and so much more going on. So please enjoy the conference. Let's learn, let's grow, because the future is Africa. My name is King E, and remember, talk is cheap, but your voice can be expensive. Enjoy the conference.
Welcome to Page International Finance Company Limited, your trusted partner for loans, investments, and seamless payments. Since 2014, Page Financials has empowered Nigerians with fast and flexible financial solutions, fully licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Whether you're a salary earner looking to access up to 5 million naira with no collateral, or a business owner seeking up to 20 million naira to grow your enterprise, we've got you covered. You can also earn more on your money with our high-yield investment options designed to support your long-term goals. Make seamless payments anytime and anywhere through our secure mobile app, USSD code, and debit card.
Contact us via customer@pagefinancials.com or call 020117-07243 or visit www.pagefinancials.com. Follow us on all social media at Page Financials. Page Financials, taking you further.
Finally, we've been waiting for something like this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay, fam, we've got some serious updates to talk about. So far, Wavestream has given you seamless broadcasting service. Cool features like the pause and the rewind, the cloud storage, and the ability to pay for your subscription in Naira. Now, we have the Wavestream version 2 that is about to change the way we work with audio.
The original was good, but
now it's next level. Wavestream is now your all-in-one app for everything audio creation and broadcasting. Guys, where should we start from? Let's talk about the editing tools first. This is game-changing. You know how we usually need different apps to record and clean up recordings? Not anymore. You can now trim mistakes on Wavestream.
With Wavestream, I can adjust the volume level, reduce background noise, and even add professional fade effects, all built in.
That's just the beginning though. We know creators need more than just editing. You need to engage your audience.
which is why the new channel post feature is everything. Now I can share updates of my images and text between my regular broadcast. My subscribers get notified when I post, and anyone visiting my channel can see them. It's perfect to keep the conversation going.
But wait, my favorite part, sound bites.
Okay.
I can now record short clips directly in the app, or pull highlights from existing content, then add effects like echo and reverb.
And the templates. I can create professional looking audio clips in seconds.
Wow.
Preview them and save them as drafts.
I can also share straight to my social media platform. No more complicated exporting and uploading.
So what are you waiting for? Your audience is ready to hear you.
Welcome to Page International Finance Company Limited, your trusted partner for loans, investments, and seamless payments. Since 2014, Page Financials has empowered Nigerians with fast and flexible financial solutions, fully licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Whether you're a salary earner looking to access up to 5 million naira with no collateral or a business owner seeking up to 20 million naira to grow your enterprise, we've got you covered. You can also earn more on your money with our high-yield investment options designed to support your long-term goals. Make seamless payments anytime and anywhere through our secure mobile app, USSD code, and debit card.
Contact us via customer@pagefinancials.com or call 020-117-07243 or visit www.pagefinancials.com. Follow us on all social media at Page Financials. Page Financials, taking you further.
Hi, sorry. Is the meeting also live here? Okay, because I'm just kind of having some issues with the. Yeah, we are good. I just want to. Scrolling this thing is a bit difficult for me. Okay, fine. Okay. Two fingers, okay. Okay. Eh? A light went off. Oh. Yes, we are good. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Now, if you obeyed the instruction and sent this link to someone and you've just told someone that the Voice of a Conference is holding right about now, you have just done the right thing, and I'm sending you lots of love and lots of warm hugs. Okay? Welcome back once again to the Voice Over Conference 2025. This is the sixth edition, and it promises to be absolutely fantastic. If you have your writing pads, you're doing the right thing. If you have your materials for storing data, you're absolutely doing the right thing. If you've also invited someone, you're doing the right thing as well. Now, when I told you to send me messages telling me where you were joining in from, I did not expect 1,000 messages, okay? But I'm going to do my best to send a shout out to a couple of you. Now, when you see me look here, it's because I have a system here, okay? I have a whole lectern to myself, and I have my laptop here. So I'm just going to give a shout out to some of you. Hello, Oyebanke Oyenekon, joining from Lagos, Nigeria. Hello to you. Daniel Anowu from Lagos, Nigeria said Ekabo. What does Ekabo mean? Hello, or is it good afternoon? I'm not very sure now, but Ekabo. And then Olajide Akpata from Ogbomosho, Oyo State, is also saying hi. Someone says, hello, everyone. I'm Amara from Benin City. Hello to you, too. Serafina Iheme joining from Ikeja, Lagos. I celebrate you. You are welcome. We have Esther Samuel joining from Ogun State. You are welcome. We celebrate you. We have Guy Greta. Today you will forgive me. If I murder your name, just forgive me. I'm doing the Lord's work. Guy Greta from Imo State, Nigeria. Ibolachi, I know that one because I'm Igbo as well. Ibolachi Ndewo. So all of you joining us is the Igbo way of saying hello to you. Ibolachi is good morning. Ndewo is hello. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Abigail Shole is joining from Lagos. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Brian Kennedy is joining from Kenya, the pride of Africa. We also have Ajmal. Ajmal is joining from Ikeja. We have Joy from Lagos. We have Mani from Zambia. We also have Mwangola sending good vibes from Nairobi, Kenya. And that's a voiceover artist. We have Esther Yaboke from Kenya. Oh my God, I could go on and on and on. But the whole idea is to say hello, welcome, and I hope that you have the most spectacular time today. Now, we're going straight up into the program for today. Our very first session is titled Breaking into the Global Market. Breaking into the global market, proven strategies and world-class best practices in animation. Okay, that is our very first topic for today. I know it sounds very interesting. It sounds like a mouthful, but also sounds very interesting. Now, one of my many blessings is actually being paid to be in rooms like this where I gain and glean knowledge, and I hope you're just as excited as I am. Our first session is going to be taken by none other than the owner and director of Pep Squally VO and Sound Design Incorporated and Pep Squally Portugal LDA. She's known for her excellence with managing multinational production teams due to her 25 years experience as a director, production manager, and performer in North Africa. There's no better person to navigate this session than Paula Gammon Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Paula Gammon Wilson. I don't know how we do like virtual round of applauses. Can you put like the clap emojis? Can you put like the shout? Do we have a shout emoji? But I know that there's a clap emoji, so you can do the celebration emojis. Let's do that. Let's celebrate Paula Gamma Wilson. Okie dokie dokes. Ooh. Let me know when we have Paula up. Let me know when we have Paula. Okay. All right. Do we have Paula now? Hi, Paula. How you doing? Oh, I can't hear anything. Hi, Paula.
Hi, Paula. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Just some technical glitch. How are you? How are you doing?
How are you? How are you doing? Okay, I'm okay.
It's such a delight to have you here, Paula.
It's such a delight to have you here, Paula. Thank you so much.
All right, if you would just do a bit of an introduction about yourself and your journey so far, would appreciate that.
No problem. There's a bit of a delay, so you may hear me twice, everyone.
That's fine.
My name is Paula Gammon Wilson.
That's fine.
And I am the owner director of Pep Squally VO and Sound Design and Pep Squally Portugal. Pep Squally VO and Sound Design is based in New York. Pep Squally Portugal is based in Lisbon. And I primarily direct and cast animation and narrative podcasts for a variety of clients in the US, Canada, and Europe. You might be familiar with me because I was the casting director and voiceover director for Young. And I love working with new artists and bringing artists into the voiceover community. And so I'm really excited that all of you know how to break into the market and how to position yourself. So I thought, since some of you had submitted questions previously, that I would attempt to group them so that I could answer as many questions as possible in the 20 or so minutes I have with you all. Does that work for everyone? I'm hoping so. Let me know. Okay, thank you. So a question that was asked by multiple people previously was, how do I identify my USP, my unique selling proposition, and make my voice stand out on the stage? So this is an interesting thing because I try not to think of my voice or my actors as products. So generally with a USP, that implies that it's a product, and I don't think of artists as products. I think of artists, as people making things in the world. So you have two ways of approaching your career. You can either decide on an area in which you want to focus, or you can learn as much as possible so that you can exist in a flexible way. So let's say you discovered that you have a voice that's made for commercials. You may not have a heck ton of dramatic acting experience, but you have a lovely speaking voice. That's a good time to focus on commercials. If you want to focus on audio, drama, and animation, you really need a lot of training, and training is theater training, improv training, take some musical theater classes, et cetera, and so forth. so that your instrument becomes more flexible, then you can work on animation. But as a voiceover artist, in order to make a living, you have to be able to do it all, frankly. There are a few actors who really have made careers as commercial artists, and there are a few actors who really made careers in animation. But for the majority of artists working in the voiceover world, it would be useful to know as much as possible at all times. Yeah. So keep it all in your toolbox so that you can work anywhere that you're needed. So with regards to making yourself stand out on the global stage, I recommend going the flexible route rather than the niche route. And I'm hoping everybody can hear me and see me, because apparently the connection between Portugal and Nigeria is a little hinky today, and I may be stopping and starting. But the way that you work more is to be available to work more, meaning have a demo reel that's for animation, have a separate demo reel that's for commercials. If you speak multiple languages, make sure that all of those languages are represented on your reel, even if it's just for 10 or 15 seconds each. Look at projects that excite you. Is there a show, an animated series, a project that you saw on late night television that was just cool? The writing was great, the direction was cool. Look at who cast that project. Reach out to them directly. Yeah. So positioning yourself is partially about making yourself available to all of the projects that cross your path, and partially about recognizing what you are passionate about and then going after that. Yeah. I hope that's helpful. Another question that was asked multiple times was, what makes an actor stand out in the first 10 seconds of the audition? What am I looking for when I'm casting? How do you balance talent with the specific needs of the project? So these are all sort of part and parcel. They're all part of the same question. Since it's common for me to receive anywhere from 800 to 1,600 auditions for a project, that's standard. I am looking for actors who make choices. Please, oh, please, oh, please make a choice. Make a choice. And make a choice based on the available information. So Lord willing and the creek don't rise, when you get your side, when you get the audition copy, there's something in it that says your character's name, the age, maybe the circumstances of the scene. It's a rainy night. It's 10 o'clock in the evening. You've just come from a dinner party, and you run into your friend Tom. So as an actor, you know that you're 35 years old, it's 10 p.m. at night, it's raining, you've just come back from an event, and you're speaking to a friend. I need to hear all of that represented in the first 10 seconds of the audition. If you enter the scene and you sound out of breath and like you're talking to a child, I know that you didn't pay any attention to the copy. If you enter the scene and there's the energy of friendship, maybe there's the sound of you. And when I say the sound of you, it's just in your vocal choices of you sort of shaking off the rain. Maybe you're frustrated from the top because you're frustrated at the top of the copy because you got wet and you didn't want to get wet. Like, make a choice that's based on the actual copy as opposed to just making a vocal choice. Lots of times people will say to me, oh, I'm a really good actor, I do great voices, but I don't care if you can sound like a 10-year-old. If the project calls for a 40-year-old who's in the middle of a divorce, you sounding like a 10-year-old doesn't help me. Yeah. So I really want you to make a choice based on the available copy. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone who recognizes the stakes and what's happening in the scene. The other thing that makes an audition stand out is whether you actually followed the audition instructions. Did you send me an audition that was labeled correctly? Did you include your name in the file? The number of auditions I get with no name is astonishing. If I can't find you, I can't find you. Put your name in the file naming convention, yeah? I will often ask for very specific information in the way you name your file. And if you don't follow that small instruction, I can't feel confident that you'll follow my instructions when I'm in a session with clients. So read the instructions. That's your first port of call. And then pay attention to the copy. Pay attention to what the actual audition copy is asking of you, and then make a bold choice. Really pay attention to that and make a choice. Again, making choices is about having acting training. Like, I cannot stress this enough. If you want to go into voiceover, take a theater class. Please, please, please take a theater class. Learn how to break down scenes, learn how to use your own instrument, take a theater class. Yeah. Okay. This question was asked quite a lot previously. How do I preserve authenticity while being relatable on a global scale? And this is a hard question. And it's a valid one. And it really depends on the project. And I say this because, so I'm African American, but I was born in a small town in northern New England. I'm basically a lapsed Canadian. And I would have these auditions where they really wanted me to sound blackity black, 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 black. And it was always very frustrating for me because I basically sound like I'm Canadian, you know? So, and so it was this weird thing of they wanted an authenticity that wasn't me. They had an idea of what authentic was, and that wasn't me. And I find that that happens a lot with actors from continental Africa. The idea of what is authentic is different than what actually is authentic. And so they're looking for something that's fundamentally inauthentic because they want what they think authentic is. And so authenticity is about you. What is your authenticity? If you have a heavy accent when you speak English, for example, and the character is from the country that you are from, do the audition with your voice. Do the audition with your voice. And then give a second take that might feel more internationally palatable. Or do a take that might feel more internationally palatable. And when I say internationally palatable, I mean like you put the emphasis on different syllables, like you go for a more general sound, the general sound being the inauthentic version of what they actually want. But you toss in whatever your primary language is in moments of high tension or moments of high emotion. So since I work both in Europe and the US, I often cast projects in multiple languages. And sometimes the characters speak English primarily, and sometimes they speak their primary language primarily. But I happen to adore it when we're speaking in one language and then the character gets angry and they switch to another. Because language is emotion. Language is tied to who we are intrinsically, yeah? So I speak English and Portuguese and fairly okay Korean, but I learned Korean before Portuguese. And so when I get frustrated, I will sometimes speak in Korean because it's the foreign language my brain goes to first, yeah? So I think as actors, you have to go with your gut. What is authentic to you? Because that will actually make the best audition. Once you get past the audition process and you're into the callback process, they may ask for adjustments. But if the way to get the best performance is for you to be intrinsically yourself, not thinking about what a global audience might need, but intrinsically yourself, do that. Because as a casting director, I'm going to hear that passion and I'm going to hear those choices. And that's what gets you over the finish line and into the next part of the process. I hope that was useful. Can I use my phone for auditions as a newbie? And what recording and editing software do you recommend? Okay, all right. As a sound geek, this is an awesome question. So I don't recommend phones for auditions, but if you're going to use your phone, please, oh, please, oh, please, 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 be someplace quiet. Someplace quiet. Someplace quiet without echo. So go in your closet, put some pillows around you, sit down. You want a dead space. You want a space where we're not hearing things echo. You might hear me echo right now because the space I'm in has stone walls, so I sound echoey. If you're in a bathroom, you sound quite echoey. If you're in a hallway that's got a lot of tile, you're going to sound echoey. Go someplace where you can surround yourself about, think 3 feet on either side with soft things so that you deaden the sound. Because if I'm hearing lots of echo, I'm not paying attention to you as the voiceover artist. Yeah. And then if you're using your phone and you're holding it here, please hold it on an angle so that we don't get lots of on the microphone, because then again, we're taken out of your audition. Yeah. If you have the option to not use your phone, I recommend getting a preamp. The Focusrite Solo is a really simple, relatively inexpensive preamp that works really well for everybody, no matter where you are on the planet. You can get secondhand ones pretty easily. The recording and editing software, whatever DAW you're using, there are several free options online. Reaper is quite good. Audacity is quite good. Pro Tools First is quite good. All of those are free. And the learning curve on them is pretty simple. Just watch a YouTube video. When I'm recording remote, I do quite work with actors all over the place. I will usually have a session with each actor prior to the actual recording session and make sure they know how to use their equipment, make sure they can connect to my remote system, make sure they're comfortable with their backup recordings. Most studios do that. So know that you won't be out there all by your lonesome trying to figure it out, but do become familiar with your DAW. And if you can, get your hands on something like a Focusrite Solo. I recommend the Focusrite Solo just because it's robust but small. You can travel with it, and it works for pretty much everyone. How do you stay relevant, and how do you stay on a casting director's radar in a long-term professional relationship? Okay, so staying relevant is about staying flexible, and this ties into what I said previously. Learn as much as you can so that you're available for everything. And if you have skills that tie into your work, you're multilingual, you can sing, you can rap, maybe you can whistle. Make sure those things are somewhere represented in your demos. Yeah. Any skill that you have that can be used in a voiceover project makes you more relevant, because I make notes when I receive information about an actor, like super great with music, speaks these 3 languages. You go into different categories in my casting files based on how many things you can possibly fit. Yeah. But be honest about it. Like, don't say you can ride a horse when you can't ride a horse. It's the same with voiceover. Don't say you speak 9 languages when you speak 2, like, because I will call you and ask you to audition for something in Spanish. And if you don't actually speak Spanish, that's a problem for me. I then don't trust you anymore. Yeah. Staying on my radar. Well, actually, getting in front of me first. This is a personal thing, though I've spoken with enough casting directors to know that it's a general personal thing. We don't particularly want to know a whole heck ton about you initially. And that sounds horrible, but it's the truth. I get so many emails all day, every day. I want 3 or 4 lines. Hi, my name is, came across your information, thought I would reach out. These are 3 of the projects I've worked on recently. I hope you'll keep me on your radar. Here's a link to my demo. Or if you have a demo handy, that you have the physical copy of, attach it to the email. That's it. That's all I want initially. Because what I do is listen to the demo immediately and go, yeah, I can put them in my roster, or not quite what I need right now, or absolutely not. And make the decisions that quickly. And if it's someone who's like, oh, well, that's really interesting, I add you to my roster immediately. Maybe not now, but possibly I add you to my other roster. And nope, you just go in the trash. Yeah. But what I don't want is 10 resumes, a paragraph about your schooling, a paragraph about your family, 10 pictures of your kids, I don't need all that. I don't need to love you. I just need to know you exist. Yeah. I tend to not pay a whole heck ton of attention to the emails that scream love me, love me, love me, because I know that that energy will be carried into everything we do, and I don't have time to love you. I have time to cast you, and I have time to direct you, but I don't have time to love you. Yeah. And then maintaining a long-term professional relationship happens in two ways. There are several actors who I send auditions to constantly and who audition for me constantly, but still haven't booked anything. And it's not because they're not wonderful. It's just the right project hasn't quite come along. But the way they stay in touch with me is like every 4 or 5 months, they send me a quick email that says, hey, I'm in this show in New York. If you have time, please come. I'll put a comp ticket out for you. Or I just did this project. If you have a moment, check it out. And they don't actually like expect me to check it out. They're not writing, saying, did you check it out? Did you check it out? No, they're just letting me know they still exist. Yeah. Then there are actors who I work with, and then I'm like, okay, I really enjoyed working with you. I'm going to keep you on my radar. You did great work. I'm really proud of you. Yeah. And those people also get reached out to every time I'm doing another audition that suits their vocal quality. So the two ways you stay on my radar and create that long-term relationship are by updating me about yourself and by just doing excellent work if I cast you. Because there are people that I have cast and then I go, nope, never working with that person again, simply because they didn't bring their best to the table, or they were inflexible during the session, or they were frankly unkind to the client. Those things sometimes happen. Yeah. So we do want to, casting directors, we do want to foster long-term relationships, because the relationship I have with the actors and who I'm presenting to the clients reflects upon me. So I want to make sure that who you are is a good reflection of me. Yeah. Do your best. Do your best from the jump. And then we will talk more. Yeah. How do I train? And this was the person who sent this question actually said an interesting thing. Actually said an interesting thing. Wasn't speaking English until today, like right now before this session. So my brain is still switching over from Portuguese. How do I train if I don't feel naturally talented in voiceover? Okay, so natural talent, it's overrated. You can learn anything. You just have to work hard. So I don't think not feeling naturally talented should be a barrier to anything. Just train. So how do you train? And I tell this to everyone, the majority of the actors that are on my roster have theater training, musical theater training, and improv training. All of them. All of them. There's not a single actor on my active roster. I have an active roster of about 125 actors currently who are in different shows that I'm directing. Every one of them has theater training, scene specifically, musical theater training. And musical theater training is not about being a perfect singer or a perfect dancer. It's about learning your instrument, being in your body. Yeah. You can have a horrible voice and take musical theater class. The point is learning how to breathe, learning how to extend notes, learning how to handle copy if you're out of breath. Like, these are all things that you learn in musical theater class more than you learn in any other context. And then improv class, because it's common for me when I'm directing something to say, hey, I really liked that choice, but could you make this person sadder? I really like that choice. Can you imagine that you are now saying it running down a street and you have to stop suddenly and kick somebody on this word in the line? Yeah. So it's a very specific group of choices that I'm asking you to make. You have to do it in the moment. And that comes from improv training. That comes from being flexible and able to take in the available information and act on it immediately. Do those things all the time. Take those classes all the time. But scene study is gold. How to break down what is happening in this space. And then musical theater for your instrument and improv for flexibility. Those three things will get you work every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Because theater is closer to voiceover than film is. Film, you actually have to, because the cameras are in your face, you have to sort of your response in order to do a wheel. You have to pull back on your choices. When you the only thing you have is your voice, requires you to do work that's more in the theater space. It's actually bigger. The choice has to be more from theater training. Another question was, what's the path to the highest level of VO, like Academy Award level? And that's hard. There is no Academy Award for VO. The closest would probably be like the Society of Voice Arts Awards, or for a project that you voiced to win an award, a major award, because there is an award for foreign animation, that kind of thing. So to be in a project that wins an award is a feather in your cap. But the path to the highest level of VO, the highest level of VO is not about awards. To be perfectly honest, the highest level of VO is, am I making a living? Am I living comfortably with a booth in my house, recording stuff in my pajamas before I go pick up my kid after school? Like, are you living comfortably as a voiceover artist? The highest level of VO is knowing that your voice matters to other people enough that they keep working with you. Yeah. So the path to get there is actually a long one. I wish people understood that when they went into voiceover. Voiceover is not a quick fix. During the pandemic, a lot of people were like, oh, I'm going to work in voiceover because I have a great voice. And then they were very disappointed. It's not a quick path. You actually do have to work at it. I think as a voiceover artist, I started working as a voiceover artist in 2001. And my first big job was a year after I started voiceover training, and I came from theater. So, and my first big job was, I'm speaking of like a national commercial that actually paid the rent and made me feel like I was succeeding. It was a full year of, and when I say I hustled, this was 2000. So hustling in 2000, 2001 was literally like making CDs and putting them physically in the hands of every casting director I could get in front of, sending out emails, sending out physical envelopes with my demo in them, going to meet and greets, taking classes with casting directors that I liked. Like, I spent money and time to get that first spot. And that first spot helped me get other spots, but it actually is a bit of a slog. And then you also discover where you work best. And so while you may love doing it all and you really want to work in animation, you may book corporate narration more. And if you become the go-to for everyone's corporate narration, you become the voice that everyone wants to work with, you've achieved the highest level of VO in corporate narration. Is that an Academy Award? Not particularly, but it means you're not in debt and your house is paid for and your car is paid for and you're a happy person. Yeah. So the highest level of VO is not necessarily about an award. So I think, looking back at this list of things, another question, and I don't know how much time I have left. Someone could tell me how much time I have left. That would be great. Meditation, sleep stories. How do you work with apps like Calm, Headway? And how do you break into the audiobook space? These were two very specific questions I was asked. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know. I don't work in those worlds. I suspect it's probably similar to how you reach out to CDs for animation, which is that you find the CDs that are casting the work that you like, and you send them a quick email. And again, just 3 or 4 lines. Hi, this is me. Here's my demo. Please keep me on your radar. And then you see what happens. One of the things I used to do when I was first coming up was practice. I would actually try different copy. Does my voice work better with narration? Does my voice work better with commercials? I would try different copy. I would actually record myself talking to see what felt best in my body, what resonated with me, and then I focused on that. And sometimes it would change, but generally I would focus on that. And so that's a good way for you to decide: do I have a voice for meditation, or do I have a voice for anime? Yeah. Try it yourself and see what happens. Those were questions that were sent in to me. Okay, questions in the chat. Rewinding here. Thanks for saying I look 25. I'm 47. Not a question, but thank you so much. How can I build a brand as a voice talent, and how do I get gigs as a voice talent in Africa internationally? Okay, so building a brand. Your brand as a VO artist is an interesting thing because it sort of falls into that do I want to be one thing, or do I want to be everything for everybody question. Having a logo, having a web that's super clear, those things make you easy to find. But branding yourself as a voiceover artist is a visual voice, not a vocal one. Yeah. So I know some artists simply buy the logo that appears to their names in emails because I attached a visual idea of them. But vocally, I know they're right for commercials. I know they do a great job with angry old ladies, and I know they always book. Sorry, someone's ringing my doorbell. I know they always, if I have a project that's
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Hello, I am so well. It is so lovely to be with you all today. Thank you so much for giving me this time. I know that we're running a little behind, I think. So can I just quickly ask how long I have? And please, if the organisers want me to speed up a bit, please just tell me. Lovely. I shall go for that. Marvelous. Okay, so I am going to share my screen. Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen if I can find the right screen to share. Hopefully, you can see this little who am I? There's a terrible picture of me as a child and one as me as a slightly older adult. And as mentioned, we are going to be talking today about branding. So this is really helpful. If you have a pen and paper handy, it is useful because I do have a couple of little exercises for you. And so being able to write down a few things would be really good. But what we're looking at today is what really is, why it's really important for voice actors, the different types of branding, and why feelings matter. And we'll have time for a Q&A at the end. So I will look at the chat or to see if there's any questions popping in. please put them in the chat of Zoom and I shall try and get through as many as I can at the end. So the first thing we're going to do is a little exercise, and I want to give you a couple of minutes to write down as many words, and feel free to put them in the chat as well. Write down as many words as you can when you think of the word branding. And go, and I'll give you a couple of minutes. So either write them down on a note, piece of paper, or just pop them into the chat. Just coming back in here just because my screen has stopped sharing. So I'm going to try again. Cool. So that's really good words coming up in the chat. I'm going to try and keep up with these because you lot are typing way too fast. So there's lots of things about visual, identity, personality, unique selling point, how you want to be seen and perceived, personality again, the experience you give. Brian, we're coming back to that one. Personality, impression, name, logo, perception, packaging, ambience. Excellent. These are all amazing. Now I can see the chat here. This is all good. Promotion, jingle, signature, value. God, there's some good ideas coming. Niche. Branding is the ability to project a product or service that is appealing to an audience. Excellent, Joy. Ethics, personality, professionalism, and the experience you offer. So I have the next screen here, and I'm just going to see if any of you can play branding bingo. So if anybody has got a line of 4, either a horizontal line or a vertical line, I'm not sure how we're going to do this because I can't hear any of you, but just go bingo in the chat and see if you've got any of these answered. So logo, color, fonts, tagline or strapline. We've got graphics, poster, brochures, websites, packaging, uniforms, signage, business cards, letterheads, social media, marketing, and your voice. Looks like a couple of people have got a bingo here. Nice to see. Bingo. Oh, this is lovely. Oh dear, bingo. No bingo. There's some bingos, no bingos. There are a few. So actually, one of the things with this is that technically, none of these are branding. And this is partly my fault for tricking you all into a little foxy way of answering this question before we get into it. So actually, none of these things really are branding in itself, but they all help form part of your brand and your visual branding. So it's the stuff that people recognize. So things like your logos and colors and fonts, your website, people can spot you. It's the stuff like your marketing. So websites and your uniforms sometimes can be marketing, your social media, that's all your marketing stuff. But none of them are actually what your branding is. So I'm going to clarify a few bits because this honestly confuses absolutely everyone, including some brand designers. So do not feel alone and do not feel stupid because it's absolutely normal. These terms are mixed around so much that nobody knows what they are. So it's cool. So what is branding really? So let's start with the first one, the obvious one and the big one, which is the logo. So the logo is a visual symbol. That's all it is. It's just a picture. All it is a visual symbol that people recognize to associate with you. And the last speaker that was just on was saying that she recognizes some of her voices from the logos that they have on their social accounts. Absolutely fine to have. Absolutely brilliant. Some of these ones are some of the biggest in the world that hopefully you recognize at least one or two. People like Mitsubishi, Nike, Microsoft, Chanel, Starbucks, Instagram, McDonald's, Amazon, Barclays. They all have logos. What's particularly interesting is none of these are actually, usually, apart from the shell, are actually a visual, and the Apple, are actually a visual representation of what you do. The Nike tick on its own, you wouldn't necessarily know it was a sports brand unless you knew the company. But they're all visual representations of those brands, and they are instantly recognizable. They are seen around the world all the time. So the other thing that came up on that list was colors and fonts and images. So This is more about the system, the visual identity that builds your brand, but not actually the brand itself. So these, again, are those recognizable things that people can go, oh, okay, that color palette together. Everybody knows the Golden Arches is McDonald's, or Starbucks is that green color. They're almost as recognizable as the brand logos themselves. But again, they're not technically the brand. And marketing as well. It's another one that sometimes gets confused with branding and people put them together. So branding is slightly different to marketing in that marketing is how people find you. So it's all about you putting yourself out there and letting other people know that you exist as a business. Branding is something you control, and we'll go into exactly what that is in the next slide. So marketing encompasses everything from your website to directories, to social media accounts, to networking, to trade shows, to even to some extent your demos, podcasts that you appear on, emails that you send out to clients. All of that is marketing. That's all about trying to get people to find you. So what actually is branding? And one or two of you got this in the chat, which is lovely to see. So branding is actually about the experience that you create. It's about the feelings. It's about the emotional side of your business. So it's how you make people feel when you're running your business, when you're providing your services, when you're talking to them on the phone, when you're emailing them, the emotional response that they have when they look at your website. So it has absolutely nothing to do with your voice. And again, that was mentioned in a previous one. So I can't put it better than this quote. A brand is not a logo. A brand is not a corporate identity system. It is a person's gut feeling about a product, a service, or a company. So why is branding important? There's a few things that come up when people say branding. One is that people get overly confused by it. Some people will think, well, I've already got a business. I'm already working as voiceover. I don't need to be a brand. And some people just get so confused by it that they run away and try to avoid it as well. But just because you've not spent time working out what your branding is does not mean you don't have a brand. So if you are an existing business and are working as a voiceover, you have a brand whether you like it or not. And the difference between working on your brand and working out what it is about you controlling how people perceive you, or that just happening by chance. And in a competitive market, you don't really want to leave anything to chance. So remember, as a voice actor, as a performer, you are a business and you will have a brand whether you like it or not. The positive sides of you having a brand is that it does help you stand out from the crowd. It gives people those memorable things that help you stand out. Again, referring back to the last speaker, those little bits that help you recognize who people are on the sea of social media. You are pulled out from a huge crowd against potentially hundreds of other voices, sometimes because of your brand. It helps you attract the right clients. The clients that you're after will vibe with you. They'll get you. They'll understand your brand and what it is presenting, and they will want to work with you because of it. And it can increase your prices. A premium brand will always attract higher prices. If top fashion boutiques had a really scrappy branding, they would not be able to charge the money that they do for the items of clothing that they produce. They charge that partly because of that brand, not just because of the cost to produce those items. And it helps bring customer loyalty. People get really attached to your brand. People love brands and they get excited by brands and they talk about brands, and that helps keep customers coming back to you. They get attached to your branding. So this is a big one, and this is one I see all the time in voiceover, is that branding has nothing to do with how your voice sounds. And I'm going to say that again, because some people think it has. And I have seen, unfortunately, seen branding experts working with voiceovers saying that your voice, to brand how your voice sounds. Don't. And I will tell you why. So while your voice is absolutely key to you winning auditions, getting work, it's what they're paying you to do is talk. The branding side of that should have no influence on how your voice sounds. And the big reason why is because it restricts you. This is really, really important, particularly for people who are doing character voices. If you're doing animation, if you're doing audio drama, if you're doing gaming, if you're doing all those multiple characters plucked out of thin air, and honestly, I admire you guys so much when you do this because I do not know how it is done. All of those different nuances of read, different accents, different languages. If you branded yourself based on one of those, all those other characters would feel at odds with that branding. Whereas if you brand yourself and your experience of working with you, all of those character and read styles fit in. All of it becomes you. And so it becomes a much more holistic, a much more rounded branding. And it means that you can do all those different characters. You can go off for corporate reads and you can go for gaming in the same sentence. You can go for all of those different genres of work. And there are so many of them within voiceover. So if you base your branding on your sound, you will find it nearly impossible to represent your vocal abilities. So remember, your brand is not your voice. It's the experience of working with you. So what is good branding? So good branding should give you a few things, and these are really important. Good branding should give you flexibility. You should be in control of this. You should be able to voice whatever type of work you want to voice. You should be able to run the kind of business that you want to run. It should allow you to grow. If you get a branding done now, you don't want to be having to change it in 5 years because you've started working in different genres of voiceover. If you do, it's restrictive, and that's not a good branding. So a good branding should allow you to grow in that career and allow you to try and do all these different genres of work. And good branding actually helps you market yourself as well. Because if you love your branding, if you love what you do and you can put that across to other people, your marketing becomes much, much clearer. And you will find it much easier to talk about the work that you do, the benefits that you give to clients if you've got really good solid branding as well. So there are often 3 types of branding talked about. And there are 3 ones that you will see all around. If you Google what is branding, these are usually the 3 that come up. There is corporate branding, there is product branding, and there are personal branding. So what are they all? So corporate branding is usually reserved for those huge businesses. It's the overarching recognizable name that individuals and products sit beneath. So we're talking brands like Apple, Nike, Google, Amazon. They're all massive corporate brands that everybody knows. Product brands are the things that usually sit underneath those corporate brands. So they are part of a corporate brand, but they are an entity of her own right. So what am I talking about? The iPhone. The iPhone is a product brand of Apple, which is the corporate brand. So Nescafe is the product brand of Nestle. So they're kind of sub-brands of the same brand. So, but they can be standalone as well. If you have clothing stuff, those can become like Nike. The sports brand is a product brand. And then we have personal brands. So this is all about the individual. This is the skills and the talents that that one person has and how they package them to sell what they do. So in this one, we're thinking absolute superstars of people like Oprah Winfrey, Beyonce and Serena Williams. I picked 3 of my favorite women in that particular group. So those are all personal brands. So where on earth do we fit voiceovers into this? So actually, I believe that voice actors are a beautiful blend of personal brands and corporate brands. You are a business at the end of the day. There may be more than one of you in that team. There may just be you, but they're also personal because so much of your performance is personal. The reason you can perform in the way that you do is because of you, your person, your values, your experiences, your lives influence the type of voiceover that you are. And voice actors are sort of snuggled in between corporate brands and personal brands. And actually, I think this gives you a massive advantage because it means that you can play in both worlds. So if you talk about the experiences that you have and how people experience working with you, those can fit in to actually all three of those. So if we go back to this slide briefly, corporate brands, product brands, and personal brands, all three of them are actually about the same thing. And they are all about the experience you have with that, either that company, that product, or that person. It's always boiling down back to the experience. So, why do feelings matter? If you imagine an Apple store, and I've picked an Apple store because I think they are a fairly global store. I know they are not everywhere, but a lot of people can imagine what an Apple store looks like. So if there's a couple of shots of the outside and the inside of your typical Apple store. So there's a few things that you will notice when you look at Apple stores that are the same worldwide. They are always very clean. They are always very minimal. You can see that there's, other than the products themselves, there's hardly any color in that shop floor. They are always lots of staff in there who are always incredibly expertly trained at the items that they are selling. They know those products inside out. They know them backwards. They know how to compare each and every model. They don't need to look up a spreadsheet to tell you the difference between all the different phones and all the different watches. They just know it. Those staff are good at what they do. They sell the latest technology. They don't ever really have out-of-date models. Go into an Apple store and they will either have the most up-to-date or the second. They won't have a 5-year-old product in there. They won't have stuff that's out of date. The staff are rarely in uniforms. They have casual dress. One of the big things about an Apple store is they don't have checkout lines. They don't have tills. They don't have a payment point. The person you're buying from comes to you. That doesn't happen in very many stores. There is no pressure to buy. They never put sales on. They never offer discounts. They never put big flash sales up in the window. They never do anything like that. And you can guarantee that everything that you buy from Apple, if you buy it from an Apple store, will have the most beautiful packaging that you've ever seen. You will walk out with a bag feeling like you've just bought the world. Everything that Apple does, everything in those stores, their website, everything is all designed to make you feel a certain way. It's all designed to make you feel like you're buying one of the best products there is, to feel like you're in expert hands, to feel like you're relaxed, to feel there is no pressure to purchase, to feel that the staff are no better than you. They are your friends. They are trying to help you. They're not trying to push a sale. Even the fact that there is no checkout, there is no till line, means that they are there to try and make you feel at ease. So everybody who walks into an Apple store knows how they feel because they are the same experience year round. Now, the thing with Apple is that there are, I would say, as many people on the planet that absolutely hate Apple and will not buy an iPhone if you pretty much gave it to them for free, as there are the die-hard fans who will be willing to camp outside of a store when they're launching the next iPhone. And Apple don't want to appeal to everybody. They want to appeal to their super fans and the people that love them. They don't care about the people that would rather buy a Samsung. They are not bothered in trying to win their business. And that's what makes Apple so strong, is that they don't bland down who they are and that experience of being with them to fit everybody. They stand out loud and proud, and they are who they are, and they shout about it. So if you think about the last time you bought any product, or you worked with a vocal coach, or you got a demo recorded, or you worked in a studio. If you imagine when you last hired somebody, how did it make you feel? Did it make you feel good? Did it make you feel bad? If you worked with a coach who made you feel like you were the most amazing person on the planet, who gave you so much encouragement to try new things, to get out of your comfort zone, but do it safely, and then realize that you can. Those coaches are going to stick with you in your mind for so long. Those coaches you will keep going back to again and again. If you have a good experience with a product, you work with a company who gives you brilliant customer service, you're going to go back to them time and time again. If you work with someone equally who made you feel small, who belittled you, who put you down, who made you feel awful, chances are not only will you not go back to them ever again, you will tell people to avoid them as well. So how you feel is so important. The way you make your clients feel is what keeps them coming back to me. It keeps coming back to you. And equally, get it wrong, and it could put people off for a long time. So the queen that is Maya Angelou, people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Feelings are so hard for us to forget. They stick with us for years. I can remember how a teacher made me feel over 40 years ago when I was about 7 or 8, stood outside the classroom with a pile of books I was supposed to deliver, and the teacher went a bit nuts and started throwing chalk at somebody and had a massive shouting. I can still recall how I felt that day, 45 years on. It still lives within me. It comes back in an instant. But in the same way, I can still remember those teachers that made me feel brilliant, that encouraged me to get into art and help become what I am today. Those teachers that impacted me, those emotions, the way that they feel will stay with us for life. And that is why feelings are important. So if you base your business branding around how you want people to feel, those things will stick with those people. They will remember those things for a very, very long time. So people talk. People will recommend businesses that they love. People will recommend you to other people that they work with if they had a brilliant session with you. If they hired you to do something and they work in a big agency, they will recommend you for other jobs. If you work with a vocal coach and they think you're brilliant and you're responsive and you're really good to direct, they will recommend you to their friends and colleagues who have live jobs. So branding yourself about the feelings that you give to people, it helps your career, it helps you get known, it helps spread that love. Equally, people will tell you to avoid certain brands if they do give you a bad experience. If you have a really poor experience with a coach, it doesn't take long for that coach to get renowned for being terrifying or not being encouraging or not doing what they said they were going to do. So remember, it's all about the feelings. So I want to get a bit more practical. It's all very well and good talking about all these emotions and branding, but how do we actually start putting this into practice and building our voiceover brands? So there's a few elements to building your brand, and this goes back to the branding bingo, which I can just about say. So it's things like your values and aspirations, and I know a few of you put those into the chat. It's about what makes you different from somebody else, that technically your voices might sound the same, but there's little things about you and your experiences that make you different from other people. It's about your ideal clients, the people that you really, really want to work with, those projects that just light you up, that get you excited, Not everybody wants to do gaming. Not everybody wants to do corporate. Some people are going to be really passionate about certain things and enjoy that. If you're an absolute game geek, go for the gaming. Talk about your love, talk about your passion, because that helps you with those understandings of how your voice will be used in the end product. It's about your brand personality. So the emotions that people have, those that when they look at your branding, the visual stuff, your tone of voice and messaging, how you write your emails, how you speak to people, it's all about how you make them feel. And your visual identity as well is about giving them a snapshot of the emotion that you want them to feel when they're working with you. So we're going to start with the experience. How do you want clients to feel? And while we're doing this as well, it's also really important to note that you want to make sure that you're not making them feel ways that you don't want them to feel. So I always find it really helpful to have a list of words, and we're going to get into this, so bear with me while I explain. So a list of words that you want clients to feel when they're working with you, equally a list of words that you don't want them to feel. And we'll get into why shortly, but I'm going to give you a few minutes. So this is where your pens and paper come in very handy. I'm going to give you a few minutes and I'm going to check my timings. So if somebody could let me know how long I've got left, that would be amazing. Thank you. Check. So write a list and write down as many words as you can think of to describe what your brand is and also to describe what your brand is not. So I have some examples to get you started so you don't have to think of these words out of nowhere. So if you want to screen grab this, you absolutely can. If you want to screen grab it and then you can kind of highlight individual words, circle them, however you want to do this. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to run through as many of these words and write down or mark all of them that you want to be, and then equally mark all of the ones that you don't want to be. Okay, I'm going to put my screen on mute. I'll leave it on this and we'll give you a couple of minutes. Okay. Hopefully, I've seen in the chat that people are cracking on with this, which is lovely to see. It's so nice that you're sharing some of these words. They're absolutely beautiful, the combinations that you're choosing. It's so nice being able to see what everyone's picking out. So hopefully, and you can come back to this because I know that I didn't give you very long. And it'll be amazing some of the words that you do start thinking of once this mills in your brain. So this is something that you can kind of keep coming back to for a few days. I think it's always good to write down an initial list of who you are and who you're not, or who your brand is and what your brand isn't. But then it's really interesting to dig it into a little bit further. So one of the ways that I work with my branding clients is that we start off with absolutely loads of these, and it's really good to start kind of just letting your mind go wild and writing down as many as you can. But then what you want to do is start looking at that list and seeing if there's any familiarities, seeing if there's anything similar on that list of what your brand is or what your brand is not, and start recognizing those nuances and those feelings and those emotions, because those ones that start sounding the same on either one, if they sound the same on your brand is list, then those are the ones that you want to focus on. And equally, if your brand not list comes up with similar kind of wordings, and there's some brilliant ones going into the chat, it's so lovely seeing these, then you know what to actively avoid, and you can start working out what the opposites are as well, obviously. So if your branding is cheerful, then obviously your branding is not going to be quiet and subdued. And so you can start working out the opposites. And sometimes there might be some slightly contradictory ones. But yes, you're right. Some of the bad ones aren't on that list. I didn't want to be overly negative. But yes, I think sometimes they can almost contradict themselves, and different people might have similar things. And that's what makes it so unique, is there are very, very few people that are going to have exactly the same lists. What is important to you and how you want those clients to feel. So how do we use this list? How do we put this into action? So when you're building your brand, and this is some of the ways that I love to use the my brand is and my brand is not. Let's think back to Apple. Every contact point that they have. So when I say contact point, I mean everything that people see in their store, their advertising, their website, their colors, the way that their physical products are, everything is aimed to give you a certain feel. So when you're building things like your website and you're trying to pick your colors, think about how those colors would feel and think about whether they match with that brand aesthetic that you're wanting to get. So if you had a cheerful, excitable, and humorous branding, and some of those words were in your brand is, you probably don't want to have a dark website. You probably don't want to have really serious tone of voice in the way that you write your copy. You don't want to be overly corporate. You want to be a bit more loose. You want to be a bit more low key. You want to be friendly in your terminology when you're writing your emails. You don't want to be really dry and cold, because it will counter that. It won't make it feel soulful and cheery and happy and positive. So that's where you can start to use this list. And that's where it can come into its own and start really helping you with everything in terms of going back to that original list of logos and website and marketing and the way that you email people and the way that you interact with people. There are a few really, really important things. And this is where, as a brand, as a voice actor, working on your brand, you get to do a few things that corporate companies aren't allowed to do, and this is why it's so much more fun, is you get to be unashamedly you. You get to shout out about the stuff that makes you sing, the stuff that makes you bubble with energy, the stuff that makes you shine is what's unique about you. It's not how your voice sounds, it's you. It's your personality. It's the way that you work with stuff. So be you, be unique, be authentic, and mostly enjoy it. You are allowed to enjoy your marketing and branding. You are allowed to enjoy these things. And most importantly, so we do have some time for some Q&A. So if anybody's got any questions, I know we've got a few minutes to go. If you want to pop anything into the chat, that would be great. And then I can see those. But remember, the immortal lines of the song, it's not what you do, it's the way that you do it. That's what people remember. That's what gets results. That's how people remember your branding. So we are going to go into any questions. So if there's anything in the chat, let me know. I have a few at hand just in case. But I also have a couple of free resources. If anybody wants to scan the QR code, this will take you to a web page, which is on our website. So there are a few blogs all about branding. I have written quite a lot about them. There's lots of free information there about branding. There is a podcast that myself and Rob do, which is called The Voiceover Social, which we also co-run. And we have a whole bunch of free networking sessions. We run regular free Ask Us Anything sessions as well, which are all done on Zoom. We try and move the timelines around so that they suit people around the world. So those are all linked on the QR code. And yeah, feel free to grab that. But if there is any questions, I will get to those as well. I'm going to answer the first couple while I leave this screen up, just so that you can still grab that QR code. And I can see a couple of questions in the chat. So we've got first question that I have seen is, what's the best way to start branding myself? A website or some networking or a good social media presence? So for voice actors, I think one of the most important things that you can have is your website. And there's a couple of reasons for this. Social media is brilliant and can be brilliant for letting people know who you are, but you can't control social media. We are all at the mercy of algorithms, and it's well known that it's really difficult for people to actually see what you're putting out there. Even if people follow you and they want to hear from you, there's still, I think, about 15-20% chance of people actually seeing your social media posts. So websites, you have a lot more control over what people see, and I think it's a really good place to start. It's also, they don't need to be fancy, they don't need to be massive, they can be a simple one-page website. You can think of as an online business card when you're starting out. So basically, the important things to have on a website are your name, so that people know who you are, your demos, so that people can hear your voice and hear what you do well. Remember to make those demos downloadable so that people can use them, save them, and send them on to their casting and shortlistings, and how to contact you. Those are the three big ones. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that I can actually see a few other people and see the chat a little clearer. Yeah, so I would start with a website, and as I say, there are a few platforms that will give you free ones. You can get some pretty basic stuff. There are certain coaches, certain organizations, certain training organizations that will give you a free profile as well. It doesn't have to be all singing or dancing, as long as you've got some presence on there that you can send to work to potential clients, then you've got that option to start getting work. And the chat has jumped all over the place, so I'm going to try and get back to those questions. Just while I'm doing that, I'm going to do a little hydration sip. So networking and social media. So yes, yeah, networking is actually can be a really great place to find work as well. And again, it's about coming across that experience that you want to have with your clients. So if you are building a website and building a branding that is all about bubbly and lively, then be bubbly and lively in that networking. Represent your branding as you as well. And that's where, if you brand yourself and how you want people to feel, that marketing and networking thing becomes a lot easier. How can one source a vocal coach? So this isn't my area of expertise, but I can give you some pointers. So it will partly depend on where in the world you are based. there will be lots of coaches offering certain things. I think one thing when you are working with a voiceover coach, and when you're looking to find one, there's two bits of information that I think are really important to how well you're going to work with them. So one, not all coaches coach every genre of voiceover. So if you're wanting to get into gaming, find a coach that specializes in gaming. If you're wanting to get into corporate reads, find a coach that specializes in corporate reads. But it's also about whether your personalities are going to gel or not. And it's the same with when people are working with me. We don't all get on naturally with everybody, and that's absolutely fine. That is allowed. So you want to find a coach that you gel with. You want to find a coach that you can trust, that you enjoy being with, because otherwise you're going to really struggle to get things out of that session. So I think, and back to that branding, people talk about people that they love. People talk about things that they hate. Use the online, so the communities online to ask who's coached with who for what type of gaming. If you're after a specific type of coaching, then put something in the forums and see who people recommend. You will not be short of recommendations for those good coaches, those ones that are worth working with. Yes, we are very much all at the mercy of the algorithm. It can be quite depressing and quite daunting at times. So is there another way to get your branding goodies without scanning the QR code? So yes, I will, if you bear with me 1 second, I shall put the link into the chat as well. And that's a very good point. I should have thought of that, so thank you. I shall just copy paste it into the chat now, so hopefully you will be able to see that. And the chat has jumped again, so I do apologise. Okay, do I audit? So the scanning code, so that's Sol, that is in the chat for you. Do you audit websites and colours and style to give an objective perspective? Yes, I do. The link for that is in that page of links as well, so the links to my services are in there. I'm loving the questions and energy. Thanks. That's good to know. Yeah, so I might keep these questions coming in. How do I find the right balance between authentic and professional in my voiceover work for my brand? It's a really important one, this one, and there's a few answers. So there's a few things that I think will help. And I think this is one of the things where you've got the advantage of being a voice actor, in that you can actually start playing around with these things. And a lot of how you brand yourself, you have to feel comfortable with your branding. If you don't, that reticence to promote yourself will come across to casting directors, it will come across to agents, it will come across to everybody that you're trying to get work from or trying to work with or get on those rosters. You need to feel absolutely at ease with your branding. So as much as you might want to go full on blasts of color, loads of energy, lots of stuff everywhere, if you're not naturally like that, if you're naturally more shy or more reserved, then you're going to really struggle to live and be that brand. So do something that feels at ease to you. You don't want to shock your nervous system so much that you can't actually do the job that you're wanting to do, and you can't go out and seek that work. So yeah, hopefully that helps. What if you only had negative things to say about your brand and a degree of working? Oh, so firstly, I hope that you don't just have negative things about your branding, because I think the way that you want clients to feel when they're working with you should be positive. I can't imagine there's a person on the planet that doesn't want their clients to feel happy at the end of working with them, or at least satisfied with the work that they've had done. So I think it's about, and actually someone has replied, it is about those positive thoughts. So you want to focus on those positive emotions that you want your clients to have. You don't want them to have negative emotions. Now, imposter syndrome, our self-critique as performers, it is really, really common, and it is something that we do have to get used to. But there is a slight advantage with having this old imposter syndrome. And I think this is where performers come into their own, is that if you didn't experience those negative emotions and those feelings of doubt, there are two things. One, you wouldn't care about what you did for a living. And half of the reason voice actors are so good at what they do is because they deeply and passionately care about what they do, and deeply and passionately care about how people respond to those words that they read out. And the other side is actually if you didn't get the imposter syndrome, the reason we get it is because we can imagine ourselves in someone else's shoes. We know how it feels like to be put into situations that we don't like. And so that's twofold. It can help with your branding in that it means you don't want to make people feel like that. You don't want clients to feel the same way that you felt working with with a company who gave you awful customer service and just ignored your requests and just treated you awfully. But also it helps those characters. It means that you can genuinely emote those negative emotions in your work. And that is only a good thing. So hopefully that helps. So could someone let me know how much time we have left? Because I know we were running slightly over, so my timings have gone slightly to pot. I'm just scrolling through to see, do you have any tips to drastically increase visibility online? I have a friend who is successful in the VO business, and would it be advisable to leverage him or build my brand from scratch? Absolutely build your brand from your perspective. Don't take anybody else's and rework it, because it won't be yours. And the thing that is unique about you as a performer is you, not you wanting to be someone else. So do it for yourself. Don't try and copy anybody else's. The other problem with copying other people's work is it's been done before and it doesn't stand out. So what's the point? You need to find those ways of marketing yourself in a way that feels comfortable to you. I struggle with social media, so most of my marketing is things like this. I do in-person events, I do email lists, because I feel less comfortable doing social media. And so I try and, you can't not do anything, obviously, but do those things that fit in your comfort zone first, get that confidence and build on that confidence. And that will allow you then to find your style and your way of doing things. And that's what makes you so beautifully unique at the way that you do things. How can I ensure my voiceover style stays consistent across all of my brand's content? So that is the beauty of this style of branding, is that you don't have to. So if you build your brand on the experience that clients have with you, it does not matter what your voice sounds like. You can do characters, you can do corporate, you can do audio drama, you can do IVR, you can sell products that you hate, you can sell products that you love. It does not matter. All that matters when you're building your brand is the experience clients have when they're working with you. It doesn't matter about your voice style. It gives you that flexibility. It gives you that leverage. It gives you the ability to grow your career and do all those different works and genres. If you base your branding on how one of your characters sounds, you're restricted, and everything else will jar with that. Every time people come to your website and they see it all based around one thing, it will jar and they won't feel like you. It has to be about you and the experience you give, not how your voice sounds. Your voice sounding is going to be the way that you get the work. That's what people are buying. That's what people are hiring you to do, but it's not the branding. The branding is the experience, not the voice. Could somebody let me know how much time we have? Because as I say, I know that we start a little bit late, so I don't want to overrun, but I will keep going and keep talking if people need me to and want me to. Okay, so there's a quick one which I'm going to ask while I just wait, and feel free, the voiceover conference as well. But thank you so much for asking me to be here. By the way, it's been absolutely beautiful spending this time with you and getting to chat with you all in the chat, and I would love to stay in touch. Feel free to just stop my screen share and mute me and send me on my way if I've had my time, because yeah, boot me off and I will not be offended at all, but I'll keep talking so that there's something going on while we saw. I know there's been a few tech issues in the background as well. So what are the effective ways to showcase my portfolio and demos, and how do I balance versatility with brand consistency? So again, this comes back to you being the experience rather than the voice. So yeah, absolutely showcase your portfolio and demos. I think put the stuff that makes you proudest on your website. You don't need to put absolutely every job you've ever done, and you certainly don't want to put work on your on your website that you don't want to get future work in. So if you've done a corporate job and you or an audiobook, audiobooks are a good one to separate the crowd. Usually, people usually love them or hate them. If you do an audiobook and you absolutely hated the experience, you can't bear the idea of being locked in a studio for 20 odd hours to record a book, then do not put an audiobook demo on your website. Simple. Just go for the work that you want to do, the stuff that really lights you up, the stuff that you get fired up about. Go with your passions, and that will keep your branding consistent, and that will show you off to the best. It's all about that experience. How can one network in voiceover community? There are quite a lot of groups online, and I'm sure that yes, apologies, Deborah. I think we were running about 30-40 minutes behind when I started, so I'm waiting for the organizer to kind of boot me off. So I will quite happily go and let you start, but I have no control over mine and your my screen sharing, so I can't. But yes, I will leave you all to it if the time is up. See if we can get back on schedule.
Am I in the room? Am I in the room for audio plays? Can I get guidance, please?
Hi, Wakio, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, how are you?
Hello. Nice to meet you. How you doing
Nice to meet
today?
you too. I am fantastic. Very
I
excited
have
about
been,
this session.
yeah, I've been on your Instagram binge watching everything that you do.
Oh, you stalker.
Yes, I admit. Thanks for
Mhm.
joining, everyone. I think we have about 25 minutes to take the breakout session.
Are you serious?
I'm telling you, we are kind of
From one
far
hour
behind.
to 25 minutes.
I guess so.
Okay.
Yes, so we
All
have to
right.
like speed up. Yeah, my name is Omotayo. I'm a marketing and branding executive. I currently head marketing at a software company. I'm an entertainment enthusiast. I used to work in entertainment before, so I understand how the whole voiceover acting and everything happens, and that's why I am your host or your moderator for today,
Thank you.
and an aspiring voiceover artist as well. I'm aspiring to also, lend my voice on interesting projects like Wakio has done in her career. So thank you very much for having me. Yes, so let's just go into the conversation. I'm going to do a quick introduction of Wakio. Um, Wakio Mzenge. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Wakio Mzenge is an award-winning um, voice and stage and screen actor. She doesn't just embodies the truth, but elevates its craft through her voice. And we know her from the political thriller County 49 and learning and voice in an international campaign at the Cannes winning Stain Not Shame. Bakio, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. If you can take about, say, 5 minutes to also introduce yourself better than I will do. So please indulge us. Let's know you more.
Tayo, I think for just the fact that you reduced this to 25 minutes, I don't think I want to do any more introductions. Thank you so much for introducing me. My name is Wakim Zenge, and I'm excited to be part of this. And this is going to be a really, really practical session. So I think Tayo will be helping me to unmute some of our members because I want us to participate really in this session. If that's okay, maybe we can carry on, Tayo.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Do you want us to dive straight into the question and answer, or you want to say something before we take the questions?
No, I just want to maybe just go through what would be key for painting a picture in terms of voice acting for audio plays, and then we can dive into the questions. Guys,
Okay.
I'm going to talk really, really, really fast because time is not on our side. But anyway, I'm so excited to be here. I can see we have around 70 participants here. Please be on the lookout of those that will be willing to participate with us as well. So painting a picture, what does that mean in voiceover? I think voice acting is not just about reading, it's about revealing. So the idea is to make your listener see that image and to imagine that environment you're in and see your co-stars as well, and even imagine how you look like, so that by the time they get to see you, they have an idea of, oh, you really do not look like what I imagined. But the idea behind painting that picture is to give your audiences an opportunity to create that image for themselves, because then that translates to them investing in the project that you're participating in. So voice acting, yes, it's about reading, but forget about reading for now. Let's think about revealing, okay? I want us to think at the back of our mind this line: escape to white sandy beaches of Shella. Escape to white sandy beaches of Shella. Just remember that and keep it in your mind. We're going to get back to it later. So what I did for you guys is create a little acronym so that I can talk about the painting of a picture more clearly. So I started with the letter P. What does P stand for? Anybody who has an idea what P would be standing for? As part of an acronym to talk about painting the picture with your voice. The acronym is PAINT, which is paint. Anyone on the chat, idea what P could be standing for to create that picture? Is there anybody on the chat box saying anything, Tayo? We will randomly pick people here at this point. Poses, I like that. Let me write it down because I'll use it for my next class. Perform, great. Poses, perform, picture, that's a close one. Personality, love that. Okay, I'll get straight to it. So P stands for POV, point of view. P stands for point of view. In storytelling, point of view refers to who is telling the story and how much, yes, you're right. Yes, who is telling the story and how much they know about that story, about what is happening. The POV shapes how a story is experienced, both emotionally and also psychologically. So you can imagine if you are doing a narration, say in an audiobook, and I might want to read something from this book that I've been reading. It's called His Only Wife. Don't ask me why I'm reading that. But from this book that I'm reading, point of view, just imagine if you are the camera. If you're the camera, when you're shooting a film, the camera is in different angles. There's one time that the camera will be over the shoulder, somewhere here. There's one time the camera will be right smack in the mid in front of you. Another time it will be on the side showing your profile. While other times it will be like a big wide shot showing everything. So it's important for you when you're reading for audiobooks, especially audiobooks or for audio drama, because in audio drama we do have narrators. So if you're a narrator in an audiobook, in an audio drama, or you are reading for audiobooks, because sometimes you need to create that drama in your reading, find out or identify first thing, what is your point of view? So who are you as a storyteller and how much do you know? Usually there are two types of POVs. They would do three, but the second one is not very common. So we have the first person, we have the second person, and we have the third person. But the second person is usually used a lot in experimental work. It's not very common. So we're going to focus on the first and second person. What do these mean? The first person is actually participating in the storyteller, is in the story. The first person is part of the story, is in fact a character in the story. So their vision or their knowledge is limited to what that character knows or what that character sees, all right? Then we do have the third person narrator. And the third person narrator can be in two forms. Either you are limited Like, for instance, if you are the camera that is just over the shoulder, you can only see what this character can see. You cannot see what the other character is seeing. So that means your POV or your vision is limited. And but if you are like the wide shot, it means you see it all. You're omniscient, like you are a god. You see everything, you know everything that is happening. There's a difference when we say, let me just use a sentence. When the sentence says, she walked into the room and all the eyes were glaring at her. She walked into the room and all the eyes were glaring at her. This is a third person narrator because it's speaking about somebody else. They're outside of the story looking at it as a third person. And if this narrator was limited in terms of their point of view, then it means they do not know why they are glaring at her. But if the person, the third person character is omniscient, it means they know why these people are actually glaring at her. Those two different scenarios affect your voice. When you have knowledge of something and when you do not have knowledge of something, your voice is affected by what you know. So that's why it's important to identify the POV, because then you will know your position, physical position. You will know if you're shouting or you're not shouting. You will know
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
So if you possess enough information to know why they're staring, your delivery may be, she walked into the room and found people glaring at her. But then if you do not know, you're almost like the first person narrator. She walked into the room and saw people glaring at her because you too are surprised. You don't know this information, okay? So identifying your position influences how you deliver the line because it influences your knowledge and the authority you have to say that line, okay? So it's important to identify that. And then another thing that you will notice about point of view is the physical position in which you stand, the physical position in which you are as regards to the person that you're speaking to. Are you close to them? Are you far from them? Are you emotionally connected with them? Are you socially connected to them as well? So it's not just physical, but also emotionally and socially. And then also when I talk about socially, I talk about if this is your parent, how then do you speak to your parent? If this is your senior, maybe at work, how do you address your senior at work? So knowing these positions are critical to help you make very intuitive choices on how the tone of your delivery is going to be. Because now you either know that you have authority to speak of this matter, or you are being surprised by this matter, or you are actually shocked by this matter, okay? So let's move to the A. The A I'm going to tell you is activate all the senses. Activate all the senses when you're reading. Why is this important? I remember I also asked myself this question: why do I need to activate all my senses? Once I had gone for an art exchange program, and in this art exchange program, I was being told that I need to move around the city, which was a foreign city for me, and try and smell and touch and feel things. And I told myself, yes, I'm autistic, but this feels a bit weird. It's a bit much. So what should I do? Then I realized that because it was an assignment, I went ahead and did it. And then I realized that it gives me a lot of authenticity, because now I understand when I talk about those streets, I know these images that are playing in my mind. I know how it feels. I know what it smells like. I know the sounds, the ambience of the sounds that were there. And then my performance becomes very authentic. So we're looking for authenticity when we're activating all our senses. Bringing yes?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I just got an information from the convener that we have 1 hour for the breakout session. So you don't need to rush. We are in today for all the juice. So please take your time. Yes, we have 1 hour.
That's such a relief.
It's such a relief.
So we are at A, guys. We're at A, guys, and we're
Right.
talking about, thank you so much. We're talking about activating all our senses. Have you noticed that because I've been given this new information, I've also calmed down and my voice has actually also changed. So this is what we're talking about, the influences of your environment and how they affect your delivery. Bring all your five senses to your performance, because bringing all your senses to the performance, what it does is that it connects with all the other thank you, Mercy, because it all connects with the other senses of your audience as well. So why are we bringing in all our five senses? Is because we want to connect with the five senses of our listeners. And the purpose of doing any audio play or any audio performance is to connect. So we are going to use these five senses to connect. And I'm going to guide you on how we can do that. Okay? I want you to think about the Coca-Cola advertisement. What usually strikes you about the Coca-Cola advertisement when they're advertising the cold Coca-Cola? Anybody? What do you remember most about that? Happiness. Everyone is so happy, refreshing, I like that. The sound of the freeze, the color, sharing, good vibes, refreshing, the sound when you open the Coke. No, it's a COKE, man. The chilled bottle, yes. The chilled bottle again, that feel of that cold. The reason why you have these memories is because that's one advertisement that has connected with you with all your five senses. Somebody talked about the color, which is your sight. Another person talked about the chilled bottle, which is the feel. Somebody said about the happiness, and I think it's the families laughing and all that. It's the environment, the ambiance in the environment. So the five senses help the feeling of togetherness. I love that. So the five senses really, really help you to be able to connect with your audiences because you're also connecting with them emotionally. Let's look at sight. So when you start your work, what is the first thing that you need to ask yourself? One of the exercises that I personally do when I'm handling a text or a copy is first to close my eyes and ask myself, what am I seeing right now? In that position, as that character, in that play, in that audio play, or as that character as a narrator. My question to myself is, what am I seeing right now? That's going to help you to visualize. And you cannot convince us with your voice if you cannot see it yourself. So once you see it, even your sound will come out differently. It's really an automatic shift. Once your mind is at ease, and you have actually practically seen it right now, once the tension got out of my mind, I was relaxed and I was able to speak more comfortably and quietly and articulate myself better, because up here, I'm not going through any tension. So sight, use the power of your imagination to create those images in your head, to see exactly where you are at the point at which you're reading that copy or that text. If the line is, which I had given the line earlier on, I don't know if you're able to mute or unmute anybody, to unmute anybody as we go along, but the line.
We do something about it. We have the talent, we have the potential. We can get involved and help you guys out so that we're properly represented. So, yeah. Number 5, seize the opportunity, the localization gold rush. Okay, this one is about how global streaming platforms are seeing Africa as the next frontier. Because it's all about numbers, and you know, Africa's got a lot of numbers. So we see things like dubbing playing a big role, because you know, if a series is in your language, then you're likely to watch it. So you've got dubbing Zulu, Swahili, and all these other beautiful languages that we have. So by collaborating,
Recording in progress.
Contribute, you know, to all these initiatives and do well for the continent. So that's kind of my headspace regarding.
Recording in progress. Recording in
And
progress.
imagine those white sandy beaches, the turquoise ocean, the waves.
Hello? Uh-oh. I think I lost.
We can hear you.
Recording in
people
progress.
ahead of us. We have people who have gone through this entire path. We have people who have gone through tons of challenges. We have people who have found a way to overcome all of those things. How about you work with mentors? How about you get people who have been in this industry for a bit and then learn from them, learn from their mistakes so you don't have to make those exact mistakes anymore, you know? And then, of course, nurture, don't exploit. You mentioned that. That's amazing, especially as I work in cybersecurity. So when you say exploits, it means something completely different to me. So yeah, that's amazing. And then of course, building with knowledge. You mentioned advocating for authenticity. Be real. Be you. If people aren't going to accept you for what you're putting out there, eventually they will, come around. So yes, be that. And of course, lastly, you mentioned seizing the opportunity because Africa is getting some major attention right now. Everybody would agree to that. So you need to ensure that you're seizing that opportunity by collaborating with other people. If I may ask, is anyone here or has anyone here collaborated ever with any other voiceover artist? It's a question for the audience. You can just say yes or no or type it in the comment section, of course.
While you're doing that, Grace, also there's a
Mhm.
thought that crossed my mind early on, and it's also to do with one
Yeah.
of the points earlier, because the U.S. industry versus the South African industry, even though
Mhm.
the South African one, say for example, is 46 years old or whatever, in
Mhm.
terms of voiceover. What's different, I think, is that the US one has two layers of people that commune regularly, which
Right.
doesn't happen here. So you've got the guys who do it from a policy perspective, from
Mhm.
a interest in voiceover people, like Nava, etc. And then you've also got every year conferences, like One Voice recently, but Voice Over Atlanta from 2012, etc. There haven't been a lot of those. In fact, there hasn't been any in South Africa, apart from one which is still in its infancy.
Mhm.
So I mean, I salute what King E and everyone is doing with the team in
Yeah.
Nigeria to have
Yeah.
in-person stuff, but we need a lot more of those, so that we can bridge this gap.
Right. Definitely. Definitely. So yes, I see a lot of yes, I have, no, yes, I have, no, yes, I have, yes, yes, no, not yet, not at all, no. Ooh, we have a lot of no's. Please get started, okay? Reach out to someone. I mean, if you have seen someone that you admire or you'd like to do a voice duet with, reach out to them and let them know, Or if it's your friend, just make sure you're collaborating and make sure that you uh, ground yourself in that community, a voiceover community in your country or your nation generally. Anyways, we do have some questions already. Right, so strong ethics. Thank you, Fred. Thank you for that. The first question is from Talk with Tricia. She says, "How can I connect with voiceover artists who have gone ahead to collaborate with them?"
That's a good question, and
Very good
that's
question.
that's linked to your horse proverb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the first thing is to kind of get plugged into communities, because that's where you find people who might have had, steps in terms of the industry, who might be able
Hmm.
to offer guidance, offer maybe an extension of your network and so on. But that
Yeah.
happens through communities mostly. If there's someone on Facebook, etc., that's where I think it kind of helps. I get a lot
Yeah.
of people who send me DMs, and as much as I'd want to, extend some help or advice. DMs are a challenge because they get flooded, and it's difficult to see who is serious, who's got potential, or who
Hmm.
is just there to kind of, for lack of a better phrase, rub shoulders.
Right.
So yeah, I'd say like if you can identify communities that are doing this thing, and then maybe make that your point of entry. And then on your point of collaboration earlier on, Grace, I've actually not too long ago I reached out to T Code, and he put me on to a producer that I hadn't worked with before, a sound designer for one of my
Hmm.
projects. So that happened only because of how the internet has opened things up. Because I didn't know T Code, 4 years ago, but it's through
Yeah.
forums and platforms, and then he's connecting me to another person who connects me to another
Right.
person. So
Hmm.
yeah, those things will eventually, grow in a good way.
Yeah. And then you also talked about technology, how
Yeah,
that really helps these days. Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah,
ensure that you're connected to a community of voiceover artists in your country or outside your country, of course.
yeah, yeah.
Yes. So the next question is from Christine Zulu. She says, "How do I identify the right artist to collaborate with?" Hmm.
I think it's project dependent and
Yep.
vibe dependent as well. Because
Yeah.
I'm also not too sure in terms of collaboration where Christine's point of departure is. But if you maybe are looking to here's the one thing, the US, if you look at that industry, for instance, there's a lot of specialization which we don't have here. So if, say, Christine, for instance, was looking to be mentored in terms of long form narration and e-learning, there are some people who are skilled in that field, who do well in that
Yes.
field, and her
Hmm.
aligning would make sense. Gaming isn't so big yet in Africa, but if there's like no, that they do animation. I was going to say Triggerfish in Cape Town. So I'm not sure who's doing gaming, but if you can find, an individual who aligns to the area that you're more,
Yeah.
yeah, feeling like you need to be in, then that might be the way to go.
Definitely. And then,
Yeah,
you could also reach out to tons of people. It could be on Instagram, it could be on LinkedIn, but
yeah.
most importantly, you see that physical community of people, it helps a lot.
Mm.
Chile had mentioned earlier, he said that he's got a lot of DMs and he gets flooded. If you're seeing him physically, it makes it way easier to walk up to him and say, "Hey, I totally admire your work. This is what I want," depending on the area that you're focused on also. So yeah, you can definitely identify the right artist, starting with that community and then gradually moving forward too.
That's very
The
true, and
next
it's an
question,
investment. I mean, like, oh, sorry, I was going to cut you. I was just going to say quickly that it's an investment on your part. So, if, for
yeah,
instance, tomorrow if you're in Nigeria and there's the voiceover conference happening, even if you
hmm,
live in a different city, if you know that that's where
yeah,
you travel,
travel.
I, I I've traveled to the States for VO Atlanta once. And the voice arts one, I forget what the conference section of it is
Yeah,
called, because of that networking. I mean, like, that's where I met, say, Shion Shobo. I've met
hmm.
him twice, both times in
Sean
the state
Shobo, yeah,
that way. So yeah, travel if need be. If it's an in-person thing that's needed, then invest in it. Because nothing
yeah.
is really, yeah. The things that you pay for have more
Hmm.
value to you.
Oh, yes, definitely. And I also have to add that we have an on site event tomorrow. For those who do not know, this is the virtual session of the event. We have the physical one tomorrow at Ikeja. If you're in Lagos, if you're not in Lagos, if you can make it down, please make it down. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next question. Flora says, "How do we position ourselves for the dubbing opportunities?"
How do we position ourselves for? Sorry, I missed the last part.
For the dubbing opportunities.
Oh, for dubbing.
Yeah.
That's a great question because dubbing's blowing up. I mean, I know in South Africa right now there's a studio called Ear Candy, like Ear Candy, and they
Yeah,
do a lot
Candy.
of dubbing, but that's obviously for people who are based here. I don't know if they do dubbing remotely. A friend of mine recently was telling me that he was connecting with a studio in Kenya, and I'm not too sure what the studio is, but then they connect to artists using a software platform that they've created specifically for dubbing.
Yeah.
If I find that information, maybe I can share it with the voiceover workshop. But just maybe Google, dubbing studios Africa, and you might get a hit. Because, like I say, previously it was in person, where you had to be at the studio, you had to watch the monitor so that you get your sync points right. But I think now, with the platform that the gentleman was explaining, it means that even with equipment that's not as advanced, you can still partake in the dubbing. Get a piece of that from your own studio.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely. And that's to say that technology has made a lot of things way easier. You can collaborate with someone in the UK, in the US, all the way from South Africa, from Nigeria. So yes, please take advantage of all these opportunities. All right, Tolulokwe Kolade says, "Hi Chilu, can you please speak more?"
Recording in progress.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, this is Kari Payton. I'm yes, this is Kari. Yes. Hello. Yeah. Okay. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. I was trying to to uh to to get you to the muting section. Okay. Hello, but yeah, you can follow me online, usually on Instagram these days. It's just my name, Kari Payton. Kari Payton on Instagram, and yeah, you if I'm online, I'm gonna try to post more. I've I got I got too many kids to they keep me too busy for me posting these days, but I'm gonna try to post more often. Yeah, but you can find me on Instagram. Whenever I have a big announcement, I definitely will put it on the gram. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes, yes, I can hear you. Hmm. Okay. All right. Yes. I I'm good to go. I'm good to go. I apologize if we're kind of flying by the skin of our teeth because I am currently in Vancouver. I'm in a trailer right now. I'm shooting a television show for CBS, and we're shooting this morning. Of course, I got this job after I told you guys that I was going to be here, but I'm trying to make this happen. So I'm glad that we could figure this out. The art of character. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's funny. I When you talk about the art of building a character is the first rule is always to follow the writing. Is to is if you are lucky, then you will have the opportunity to work with great writers, open writers who really let your mind expand. It always starts on the page. The beauty of voiceover is that you can take what's on the page and you can build it in your mind. That's what I love about voiceover versus TV or film is that in TV and film, everything is already built for you so many times. I have my I have my wardrobe over here already. I have the character looks like me, you know. That's one of that's one of the reasons that I got cast in this show because I look the way they want the character to look. In voiceover, you can look like anything. You can be anything. I have played, Cyborg, obviously, from Teen Titans, who is a little bit like me, but also I was 28 years old when I started playing Cyborg, who's a 16-year-old uh, 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 teenage robot. So, you can do your thing in some way. I play somebody like that, but also play Killer Croc, these crazy, monsters and aliens and the beauty of that is that sometimes they don't even give you a picture to look at. They just give you a description, and you have to build that in your mind. I think if you think about voiceover character when you're building the character, is that what can you possibly imagine? What can you possibly imagine? It is open to you, and if you start to imagine different things than they were imagining on the page, sometimes your voice will change what they end up drawing. It'll change what the visual ends up being, because and especially in something like Teen Titans Go, and Teen Titans with Cyborg, we work so fast and loose that we pick the what's written on the page. And now that I've been playing Cyborg for so many years, we I start to change the way he would say something. The writers will come back and say, "Oh, we like that. We're going to do this differently now. We're going to think about this differently." And then the artists will come in and listen to everything that we wrote and written, and then they'll say, "Oh, I'm thinking about the way this character moves now in a different way." And so now I remember an artist friend of mine. He was drawing Robin, and I think we were dancing in the booth. We were dancing, and the next thing you know, I see the artist, and he's dancing this way, and the next thing you know, Robin in Teen Titans Go, he's sitting in a car dancing like this, and I was like, where did you get that? Did you get that from our little dance session? And all of these things kind of fold onto themselves because so much has to start in your imagination in animation. So I say be open to the possibilities. This is one of the things that I love about being a voice actor, and one of the first things that I realized that I was getting a chance to do is that when I go into an audition for voiceover, all you have is the page in front of you and the mic stand and the microphone. And beyond that, anything can change. Anything can happen. You know, like I said, when you're doing on camera, you gotta look like the character, you gotta dress like the character, and all of these things that decisions are made beforehand a lot of times. But in voiceover, you get the chance to make those choices, and obviously, the director and the writer and the voice director, are gonna move you in the direction they want you to go, but you have that opportunity to make that strong choice, and so and I guess another rule I would say is when you're auditioning, when you're playing a character, if you have a feeling for what this character is about, reckless abandon. Go after that choice with reckless abandon. You know what I mean? Like, like don't hold back. They will always be able to pull you back in. But what they can't do is they can't they can't they can't hear what you were thinking unless you give it to them wholeheartedly. And this is what an artist does. An artist is not afraid of failure. An artist is not afraid to sound foolish, because the line between foolish and genius is like walking on a fence. It's like as you could be walking on that fence, you could easily fall off either side. But until you get up there, until you walk it, you could do something beautiful, you know? So be aggressive in following your choice, your first instinct. Trust yourself. Trust yourself and enjoy that moment, because maybe you just walking on that fence for a few seconds before you fall off. But maybe that few seconds is all you need, you know? So those are the it's not anything, too profound. I think when it comes to building the character, you start with yourself, you start with honesty, you know, be honest about what you're seeing on the page, and be honest about what you feel and how you feel, and don't worry about looking foolish. Foolish is part of the job. Foolish is part of the job, so yeah, that's a lot of what I have to say. I don't know if anyone has any questions uh about what I've said, or my journey. I was very lucky. My first voiceover job and audition in Los Angeles was playing Cyborg on Teen Titans. Before, we and I've been playing Cyborg for 20 years now. So, and what I walked into that audition with was just an exuberance for wanting to perform. And I was just the Cyborg is just me excited to have an opportunity, you know, excited, excited to have an opportunity. And it was luck, but also I have been working as an actor for at least 10 years before I got that audition. So it's definitely luck, but it's also you have to keep your energy up, and be working, and trying to work and fighting through it, so that when the opportunity comes, you're ready. You know, the audition is the easy part. The hard part for me of being an actor is staying focused when it seems like it's easy for other people, and you're like they got this job when they were 19, 20 years old, and now they have this whole career. And I'm still, waiting tables, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to pay my rent while I'm doing all of this. But that's how you prove your love. That's how you prove your passion, is because when it's a little hard, when it's a little difficult, and you're like, no, but I love this so much. I don't worry about what people feel. Other people think of it as difficult. This is just the game I play. This is just the life I live. I would always say, whenever I didn't get a job that I wanted, and or some job that was supposed to be big, and it ended up not being that big, and you just got to get back on the horse. I would always say to myself, well, it's a good thing I can't do anything else. This is all I can do. So I'm just gonna get up tomorrow and do it again. You know, I don't. My brother is a doctor. My other brother is an engineer. You know what? You don't want me being an engineer. The wheels will fall off your car if I'm your engineer. You don't want me doing surgery on you. I'm gonna end up one of my bracelets gonna end up inside your stomach cavity or something like that. You don't want me doing that, but I can pretend to do it all. I can pretend to do it all. So I would just tell myself, you know what? It's good that I got no fallback plan. I'm a fall forward. Sometimes I'll fall on my face, but sometimes I will just land on my feet, or land in a crouch. And these days I land in a crouch a lot because I'm playing Black Panther. So you just never know. You just never know. Mm. Oh, let me tell you something. One of my favorite things that I've ever read was when I was auditioning for The Walking Dead. I spent 8 years on Walking Dead, playing this character, King Ezekiel, and the casting director. This isn't voiceover, but still it applies. The casting director, next to the call sheet where you sign in, to for your time. They say it says I'm not good enough to come here unprepared. Are you? And I love that because it was like you know what, you can be talented, it's all get out, but did you prepare? Are you good enough to come in here unprepared for this job? It's like come here ready to play. So come here knowing knowing your lines, knowing your script, having really thought about different choices for your character, so that when you get there, all you have to do is step into those shoes of that character and do your job. I love that. I'm not because nobody's good enough to come unprepared, right? Life could be preparing you. It's a different way of preparation comes in different forms. It can come Preparation comes through years, and it also comes in staying up all night and making sure you got your stuff down. You know, sometimes it's waking up and making sure you warm your voice up, or making sure that you don't scream too loud at that concert so you can do your job on Monday morning. You know, I know I talk too much. I probably went overtime, but I appreciate y'all, and they might come and get me any minute. But if you, I don't know if you have any other questions that I can. Yeah, I say one of the things that has made the world smaller is social media, and social media has its its downside. It's definitely you can get sucked into it and find yourself wasting a lot of time, but you can also use that advantage. You know? Play, write for yourself, and build your own characters. One of the things that I loved doing. Uh, uh, I worked on a show called Critical Role, which is a Dragon show. I'd never played Dungeons and Dragons before, but I was these friends of mine who are voiceover actors. They built this entire studio, um, playing Dungeons and Dragons on YouTube and Twitch, and it's hugely popular. And they asked me to come play, and so I was doing The Walking Dead. I'd been shaving my head for years because I was wearing this big dreadlock wig, and I didn't want to have two heads of hair. So instead I just wanted one. So I would shave my head, and I miss my afro. I like it when my hair is short, and I like it when my afro is nice and big. But I don't like that middle time. But I have to wait 2 years to get my afro. And so I made a character that had a big white afro, like he was like 70 years old with a big white afro, and his eyes were covered white, blind, and he saw through the eyes of a hummingbird, and the hummingbird would sit on his shoulder and move to different places so that he could see from different vantage points. And I wanted him to be smooth, and so I told myself, I was like, I'm gonna relax myself. I'm gonna relax the way that I talk, baby. And this is the way that this man is going to talk. He is not going to be worried or move. He moves the same way through the universe. No matter if there's a dragon in front of him or if it's a beautiful woman, it just doesn't matter. And I was going to talk this way. And I was just building all of this out of my own experience, right? So build your own characters out of your own experience. or if you're good at doing different voices, play around with different voices and figure out ways to put yourself out there on social media. And because I know so many people who have shown their talent on social media and been able to start to work with other artists, and then their career has started to grow as a result of that. You know, but so use social media. It definitely makes the world smaller. I would also say though that uh, there's nothing better to start learning how to act though than doing live theater. Live theater. There's nothing better. And there may only be five people in front of you. I have done plays where there was one person in the audience, but I remember that experience. There is nothing like performing in front of people because you have to give them everything right there in front of you. And I always say this. This is a great lesson from theater. Okay, because when you're doing theater, that may be the only time this person ever sees you perform. The only time someone will after they walk out of that theater, that's what they're going to see you as. How do you represent yourself in that moment? Do you want them to walk out of there and be like, he was pretty good, he was all right, or do you want to walk out and be like, man, man, I hope I see him again. I hope I see her again. Before I stepped on stage every time, I always said to myself, don't underrepresent your talent. Do not underrepresent your talent. Represent yourself, right? It's all right. I'm so glad to talk to you. I'm so glad to talk to you. Y'all be safe. Y'all be safe. I'm gonna go shoot this show. There's my knock. I gotta go. All right. There's my knock at the door. I gotta go. All right. Take care.
Hello. Very good. Very good. I'm still your boy. I'm still your boy, very humble. Still. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Loudly. Yes, I can. But you cannot hear me. I can hear you, but you cannot hear me. Uh, yeah. Yes, ma. I can hear you. I can hear. Okay, no problem.
Hi, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much. No. No, no, it's okay. I don't want to take someone else's time. I do have a little bit of time. How long was the last speaker going to go? Oh, I can wait 25. I just can't push too much further beyond that. Are you sure? Okay. All right, great. Okay, okay, just want to triple check. I think mine was due to go about an hour and a half. So do we want to hold? Okay. All right, great. Well, hello everyone. I'm super excited to be here. I've been waiting for this. I actually had reached out to King last year when I found out about the conference, and I said, "How can I get involved? I would love, love, love to do this." As a brief introduction to me, my name is Kristen Paiva. I am a casting director, voice director, and coach in animation. I spent a little over 18 years with a small startup. You probably have never heard of them, the Walt Disney Company. And I was a casting director and voice director and head of talent relations for Disney TV animation before I left almost 2 years ago now to start my own company, Paiva Productions, where I now continue to cast and direct and coach. I've also started some other ventures since then, but all voiceover centric, one of which is the Paiva Institute, where we have three pillars, one of which is a mentorship program for underrepresented voices in the industry. And then I'll be also teaching the next generation of casting directors and voice directors. Yeah, never heard of Disney, right? Small, small, small. But yes, so I adored my time with Disney. I've been in this business, like I said, a little over about 20 years now, which is crazy to think about. And I've just enjoyed my time very much. Since going freelance and starting my own company, I now work with a lot of the larger networks across the industry, like Nickelodeon, Warner Brothers, Netflix, DreamWorks, and beyond. So, very, very excited to be here and to work with you all. I think that we had some folks that were actually going to participate and read. Are those folks all here? Not sure if we have the ability to allow them to talk, but we were going to actually, what we were going to do today is quite hands-on, which is one of the best things in my opinion, because you get an opportunity to actually see someone work through and get redirected. The industry here I'm based in the Los Angeles area, and so the market here and what we look for as casting directors for these shows might be a little bit different than what you've seen. So I think it would be helpful to see folks get redirected in some sides that I'd sent out. Are those folks here and able to jump in? If not, I'm happy to take questions, I'm happy to say more words about what I do. You guys let me know what's best. Yeah, I love that. Thank you, Remy. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. The best part of my job, well, there's quite a few different things that I'd say would be the best or best thing that I did. I'll answer maybe both of those. What I adore about being a casting director is that I have an opportunity. I'm also a talent scout, to go backwards slightly. So I am constantly looking for new to me talent. That was in part why I reached out to King. I thought, what an incredible opportunity to meet talent in an area that I would otherwise not have access to, right? I just wouldn't necessarily have the connections or the access to reach out to talent. And you're in Africa. That's just not something that I had before meeting King. But as a talent scout, part of what I adore about being a casting director is helping to discover incredible talent around the world that maybe haven't had an opportunity in this space yet, and finding the perfect role that fits, right? And getting an opportunity to see really that talent shine and grow and move forward in their careers. That's one of the things that I absolutely love. One of the things that I've absolutely adored about my job or particular parts, I've had so many. I've been very, very grateful and very lucky with the things that I've been able to do with Disney. But a lot of the shows that I casted are just incredible. So Phineas and Ferb, Campus Against the Universe. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar. Big Hero 6, the series where I worked with Kari Payton, who you just saw. He was one of the voice actors on the project. Sorry, we have weird internet. Maybe it's me. But yeah, and Hamster and Gretel, a series that's currently airing on Disney Channel, is one of my all-time favorites. But now, as a freelance casting director, I'm actually now producing on animated features, something I never thought that I would do. So yeah, very, very, very exciting. There's so many things that I'm doing now that I never really thought I would. Let me see. Do we have the folks that were going to participate today?
Hello, Kristen. Good afternoon from Lagos.
Hi.
Hello.
Recording in progress.
So you're one of the folks that's going to read today?
Yes, I am.
Amazing. Okay, great. Oh, Kristen and double. That's scary. Amazing. Okay, cool. Did you get the link to the slides in advance then?
Yes, I did, but so much has been going on. Can you help me with some more?
With a warm-up?
Yes, please.
Sure. Okay, so talk to me about your experience. Do you have any experience in animation?
No, not yet, but I do have I do have a very vested interest in that. I have experience. I have experience as a voiceover artist. I've done some commercials, mostly. Well, I guess you could say I have in animation, but it will again be in the commercial aspect.
Okay,
so
got
my
it.
voice has been used for animation for a brand, not necessarily like a drama or like a TV animation. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, great. So what's going to be different here? Let me give you a couple of things before we start in. What you're going to find different about commercial. The commercial space is a little bit more here, right? You are talking to your friend next door, or you have the conversational read. And what I will say is that commercial reads, in comparison to animation, are much more reserved, in my opinion. They're a lot slower as well. Punctuation in commercial, I always joke, is very serious. You hold on to those ellipses, you hold on to your periods and your commas. We don't do that here. I joke that in animation, punctuation is a recommendation and not a requirement. So a couple of things to prepare you here is ignore some of the punctuation. Don't worry about it so much. What you're going to do instead of worrying about voice, I want you to embody the character. Who were you looking at that you thought might work for you today to read? I think you got muted somehow. Can I unmute you? Oh, I can. That's cool. Great. There you are. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Okay, perfect. I'm not sure if you heard. Did you have a character that you had selected that you thought you might like to try?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So tell me, you said that you got cast in a character previously, but it was for commercial. What type of characters would you say you would lean towards? Or what did you get cast in?
I got cast for a young girl between the ages of 17, two young girls actually, between the ages of 17 to 20, and one 22 to 27.
Great. What character types were they? Were they, sorry if you don't know this term, but a valley girl kind of, that's very typical here in California,
Yeah.
like, oh my God. Or do you get more serious, wry and dry? What type of girls did you get cast in?
Mostly serious.
Okay.
Mostly serious, but with little differences in their phases in life. So I think that was what differentiated each of the characters. 17 to 20, this was a university girl, somebody who hasn't had so much experience with work in the career aspect of life. And then the older girl is at that stage where she's figuring out career and trying to advance in that aspect of things.
Got it.
So
Okay, great.
those were basically what you would call character differences.
Okay, great. You know what I think you should take a look at? Why don't you pull up the set of sides called Chelsea?
Okay.
What's really
One
great about
second.
Yeah, of course. What's great about Chelsea is that you really could kind of place her any age, anywhere. She is technically like high school age, but you could kind of place her anywhere and you could kind of deliver her lines in any way that feels fit. What I would recommend for any of the folks coming up is to take a look at your sides and make sure that you have something selected in advance just to save on time. I'm more than happy to try to help direct based on what you've booked in the past or things that you feel comfortable with. But I would try to select something in advance if you could. Let me go back while she's looking at that to see what's the least painfully awkward ways to get attention of a casting director. Yeah, that is another really great question. I think that can be incredibly awkward for all of us, right? I think what I always say to that is just like you, some of us, like myself, I have no ego in this game. I'm just another person working in a job that I absolutely adore, right? So I think that connection is always key. Find a connection point with someone and approach it from that standpoint. I also love, if you haven't read it, it's one of my favorite books, How to Win Friends and Influence People, I think is what it's called. And it's just such a great book because it talks about approaching people from a standpoint of what matters to them as opposed to what matters to me. So I wouldn't come to you and say, hey, I'm a casting director. I'd really love X, Y, and Z. No, I'd want to approach you from a standpoint of like, how can I help you? What do you need? Right. So I think finding genuine connection points, making sure that you're not coming in with some awkward pitch or some weird, note. It is very clear and very obvious to anybody, right? Even to you, of course. Like as voice actors, trust me, I've been there when you say you're a voice actor and someone is like, great, perform, awkward, rude. So we've all been there for odd connection points, and you can absolutely tell when someone wants something from you and doesn't care about you, right? So I think just finding authentic connection points are always incredibly important. Somoto, let me know if you are ready, but if not, I can keep going back to I can keep going back to questions. Let's see here. What do you look out for when casting? Yeah, that's a really great question. Is it Amara? Sorry, I'll try. I may fail. But yeah, so that is in animation, it is so very specific, right? So it is incredibly difficult to tell anyone, like, hey, this is what we're looking for. I have incredible friends and colleagues in this space. The incredible Tina Marasco, if you're not familiar, she is the casting director at Sound and Fury, which is one of the biggest commercial casting houses in the States, I think. I don't think I'm misspeaking there. And she's incredible. She literally says that she can teach you how to book the gig. And that's incredible. There is no casting director, coach, director in animation that can say those same words to you. If they do, they're not being honest with you, which is not something I am nothing if not incredibly honest. So it's impossible. And the reason for that is we are so character driven. Every single role is different. It's nuanced, it changed and different. It is like the world that we live in, right? And that's one thing that I strive so hard to do on projects that I work in is to ensure that the shows that I work on do not look the same, they do not sound the same, that they reflect real life. And as such, casting in this space, it is very hard to say, hey, this is what you need to do to get cast, because it's going to be so specific based on each individual role. But there are techniques and skills and things that you need to have in order to ensure that your auditions are great. And I say that because we get a lot of really good auditions, and that's amazing. And there's no shade on good audition. But typically, I will see a little over 1,000 auditions per character, somewhere in the range of 1,000 to 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. Max I've had is 1,500 for one role. And if I'm casting a pilot with 5 leads, I'm really bad at math. Someone here I'm sure is great at it. That's a lot of auditions per character. And I listen to every single one of those. And when you figure that you probably have in there somewhere in the neighborhood of like 90, 85% of those are good auditions. You don't want good auditions. You want great auditions. You want auditions that stand out. And that's what I really work into in my coaching sessions and my workshops and stuff with folks, because the competition is steep. Don't be scared by that. Don't be intimidated by that. It's steep in every area of voiceover that you're in, right? All that means is that you need to make sure that you lay a really strong foundation of coaching and training in that space to make sure that you do have great auditions, to make sure that when you do step into this space, or if you're already in it, that you are batting with the bigs. I don't know why I went there. I don't know anything about baseball. But so you just want to make sure that I always say, without a strong foundation, your house will fall, right? So making sure that you have a lot of coaching and training in that space to ensure that your auditions are top notch. Are we ready to go? I tried again. I probably still blew it. Somoto, did I get closer? Maybe not.
Hello, Christian.
Hi. Ooh, who we got? I can't see.
It's Charles. I'm supposed
I was giving it too much.
Yes,
Sometimes.
fantastic.
Okay.
You know, it's like that thing you
Amazing.
just said about character. You know, just make it yours.
I love it. Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. I always want to, yeah. My last name is difficult and people always get it wrong. So I know the importance of getting names right. So amazing.
I love
Charles,
it. Thank you.
We'll
Thank you
be
so much.
right with you. But Somto, if you're ready, let's.
Okay, so I
How
have
you
a little suggestion. Can you please help me with something?
I can.
I'm having trouble accessing the slides
Okay.
at the moment. So if you could please share your screen, something I can look at while I speak. That would be really helpful.
As long as I have the ability to do that, I would be more than happy to.
Yes, please. You absolutely do. You do.
I do.
You
Okay.
definitely do.
I believe you. You've said that with such confidence. Here we go. All right. Can you see that? And then therefore everyone else?
Yes, Christine, I absolutely can. This is, fantastic.
Okay,
I appreciate you more than you know right now.
Let me fix that. Okay. So what's interesting about Chelsea is that you don't have any character description, right? There's nothing here except artwork. But in my opinion, her artwork is so incredibly informative. Take a look at her. I mean, look at that hair. Look at her eyes.
So
I mean, that
vibrant.
blue eyeshadow, that is screaming 80s, isn't it?
It is.
Her little purse, her shell belt. She pretty fly is what I'm feeling. So I think she needs to come in with some attitude, right? Check her out. She's bad. So place your choices around this artwork. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but place it around this artwork. And then from there, it's just about building out the scene. So, have you had a chance to read through these? Uh-oh, lost you.
No, sorry.
No,
Hi, I'm here. Pardon me, I had a network situation. I don't know if you're familiar with any of that. But we do a network situation.
Oh, I heard that there's been some issues today. I'm so sorry.
Yes, thank you. But I'm back. I'm back and I'm listening. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So basically, I was just saying that from there, once you have the character and you kind of understand where she's coming from, then you can dive into the lines themselves. Here's what I think we should try. I'd love for you to try a couple of these, even if you're feeling uncomfortable about it. Now we know the character. Ooh, she fly. She got a bit of an attitude. Check her out. We love her. She got a belt and it's bad. Once you have an idea of who the character is and what she can sound like, then we just start going through the lines and it's about building the world. So I think we should dive in. I think we should try it. Maybe let's start with line 1. Let's just read it. Let's see where you're at and I can redirect you, okay?
Okay, fantastic. Line 1. So before I go on, is this Milo or Milo?
Milo. Yeah, great question. I would say that even if you can always ask when you come up if you don't know what a particular word is or a name. But in all honesty, some of that stuff doesn't totally matter, right? Like the pronunciation of stuff, sometimes we're going to get that wrong. Worry about the intent behind the line and the delivery. Animation, so I'm told, is going to be a lot more dynamic than what you're used to in commercial, right? So remember that. Don't be afraid to go big.
Okay, so don't be rigid, just go with the flow.
Yeah, man, just relax into this.
Okay.
Embody this character.
I mean, you said it. Relax. Okay, got it. So, do I just go?
Yeah, just take it away. Just read line 1. You don't have to say line 1 or anything. Just read it whenever you're.
Okay, fantastic. Milo, girls' night is nothing personal. Sometimes we girls just need a night to get together and celebrate our femininity and, have fun.
Hey, a really great starting place. Truly, really, really great. Okay, here's what we're going to do. A of all, I want you to try to pick up your pace. Animation, TV animation is very quick. There's a couple of things that drive that. TV animation, we have 22 minutes of airtime, period. That's all we get across the board, 22 minutes. And from there, certainly in my career, I've had a few 22-minute scripts, definitely. That is a lot more common in the in the junior space, in the preschool space, in other areas, but more often than not, we actually take that time block, 22 minutes, we chop it in half and make 2 11-minute scripts, pair them together, and that's what you see in a 22-minute block. So it's 2 entirely different storylines and arcs in 11 minutes. So it's fast. And back in the day, there's 3 things that drive that. So that's one of them. The other thing that drives the pacing in TV animation is that back in the day, this isn't as much of a factor anymore, but it's had an impact moving forward. Back in the day when animation was hand-drawn, it was actually a lot more expensive to have really slow lip flap that we had to match perfectly. It was more expensive, and what do networks dislike? Things that are more expensive. So they thought, well, how can we fix this? Let's speed up the lip flap. It doesn't have to be perfect, less expensive, voila. So, the writing styles sort of increased to match that and to match a more speedy lip flap. And then the third thing that drives pacing in this space is that if we're talking about kids and family space, which is largely where I live, comedy is king. And comedy is absolutely driven by your pacing. So we're going to try to pick up the pace just a tad if we can. Another thing that I want you to think about here, I'm going to give you a little bit of context behind the line that you don't necessarily have looking here. based in authentic, real emotion. And in my coaching sessions, one day I said this and it sort of stuck and it does make sense a bit. I'll explain it. I say, feel it, live it, deliver it. And what I mean by that is, what's the emotion? I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed. So feel it. Bring it into yourself, into your body. You need to feel it in you. Live it. Live it in the scene. What's happening here? B needs some lipstick, for criminy sakes, right? And then deliver it, as in record it, put it down, put the audition out, right? So now she can be a little bit over the top because she's a fish and she's a high schooler and whatever, right? So you were kind of here on the last line. Man up to get a man, be more. And that's good. Where I might like you, though, is man up to get a man, be more. Right? So we can,
okay.
we want
I
it
definitely
big.
hear the difference. Yes.
Yeah, right? And where you were at was really, really nice. And listen, that is going to work really well for particular characters are more naturalistically based. Chelsea's a fish. You can go bigger.
Okay.
And even in a naturalistic character in animation, you will want to hit things a little bit harder. For those of you in theater or familiar with the theater space, do you know that saying where they say play to the back of the room? Because it's the last person in the room, they can't see your facial expressions as well. So you want to sort of over animate what they're doing so they understand what you're doing on stage. Well, I always say in animation, we don't even have the back of the room. Voice actors, you are all the best in the business, and I will stand by that forever. I started in live action in the casting space, and voice actors are the best in the business. And that is because you have to show every nuanced emotion right here. We don't have the luxury of your gorgeous faces. We don't have the luxury of a cute tick or a thing that plays really well on camera. All we have is your voice, and everything has to be conveyed through there. So really, really nice job. It was such a pleasure working with you. Great job.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Christine.
Absolutely. Heck yeah. I just want to check in. Are we all okay on time for the other speaker? I can certainly come. That's weird, but I can come back in. I do have like an hour and a half on my end before I cannot be here any longer. Just checking in. All right, Charles, let's dive in. If someone wants me to hold, I'm happy to, but let's dive in because I see you there.
Right, let's go.
All right, my dear. Who did you pick?
Well, I think I had the same issue that Somto had. I didn't get the script. I think there was a trouble getting the script over.
Understood. Okay, great. Talk to me about characters that you get cast in or things that you feel comfortable with, age ranges, anything that can kind of help me identify where you might sit.
Okay. For a lot of most of the works I've actually done, it's been more teen-like characters.
Teen.
Okay.
I
think the most recent work I've actually done was a superhero character, but he was Nigerian actually, so yeah.
That's great. I love that. Okay, great. Let's take a look here. Okay. I don't think I have any superhero characters in here, but I have I've got this little cutie. Let me show you this. I popped the sides links in there for anyone that's reading with me today, and anyone else can go look there. I just ask that you just use those for training purposes. Let me share a screen here, give you a peek at the character and see what you think. It might not be quite right. Let's take a look, see here. Okay, this is little Jules. When you get, let me know when he's up.
It looks like he has a lisp.
I mean, he does have two very large teeth. So for those that are going up next, and for you, Charles, what I would suggest here is like, there's a huge character description here, which, oh, look, someone's drawing on here. Is it me? That's exciting. Sorry, I told you, ADHD. Okay, so what I would suggest for you, because there's such a big character description here, and that's important, and we love that, but it can kind of get you distracted, I think, from very easy things that are in here that are the character. In my career, outside of the characters that I've cast, because I do have to know those inside and out, of course. I've probably read a total of like 5 character descriptions in its entirety. Not being disrespectful to the writers, the writing is incredible, but because I don't think that we always need it. I think that sometimes, Charles, it can get us distracted from just who the character is, and it's pretty simple. Typically, a character description, in my humble opinion, you will find the character in the artwork and in a few keywords and phrases in here. And the rest of the character description just points back to those things. So here's what I do. Again, I've worked with this character for 100 years now. I'm a vampire, just kidding. Here's what I pick up on, okay? Optimistic and excitable. I see those. I see wide-eyed. Oh, and innocence. Yeah, great. Let's see. I'm scanning through here. This is literally what I do. Scan, scan, scan. Tries to remain level-headed and positive. Brain power over fist power. Got it. Confident demeanor. There's the character. Optimistic and excitable. Tries not to get down. To the world.
Level-headed.
Confident exterior, right? Wide-eyed. Innocent. Oh my gosh, what's that? Right? How do you feel about this guy for you?
He seems like a character that would ask a lot of questions, especially if he has a team and they are trying to walk into danger. He'll be like, he feels like the voice of reason for his friends or team.
He can be, absolutely. And I think that one thing that you'll see when you look kind of at some of his lines here is that Jules, above all, wants to be a hero. Wants to be a hero. Okay. You up for giving this guy a shot?
Yes.
Let's take a look at line 3 right now. I want you to give it a second. Give yourself a moment. I might go to the chat and see if there's any questions in here or anything that I can answer while you kind of that. I want you to see what we're asking for. Optimistic, even after his boss berates them for being complete idiots. Take a look at the line. And then when you get an opportunity, when you're ready, we can dive into it.
Okay, let's go.
You're good? Ooh, look at you, you fast. I like it. All right, my dear, whenever you're ready.
Great feedback, sir. Totally hear you. But don't forget, we did save a cat from a tree. You could say we're heroes.
Hey, a really great starting point. Here's what we're going to adjust. Okay, so you saw his little face, right? There's a little something there that you could add, Charles, if you wanted to. And I think what would happen is if you add a little bit of lisp or something in here, he's going to instantly feel a little bit younger.
Right.
Don't forget that we're just like, we're innocent and excited and wide-eyed. However, here's the key. What happens here is that a lot of folks fall into what I call, Charles, the note trap. Right. And what that is that we say optimistic even after his boss berates them for being complete idiots. Okay. And talent will go, okay, that's what I'm going to do. And that's great. That's good. Right. However, I don't know if you heard me say earlier that we get a little over 1,000 auditions per character, and a lot of them are really good. And a lot of the really good ones are optimistic even after their boss berates them for being complete idiots across the line. What I need you all to know is that even if you see excited and confident, optimistic, showing off, charged up, sorry, I didn't highlight the right thing, charged up, just because you see that doesn't mean you have to do it across the entire line. I don't write these, but I do help the executive producers in making sure that we have the best set of sides to go out with. And in becoming a coach and working in this space, what I didn't realize is that a lot of people take that as an assignment, that saying you must do this across the whole line. And that's not true. All we're saying is that, hey, at some point in here, he's optimistic. So if you want a great audition and not just a good one, find where that comes in for you. So Charles, here's what I'd like you to do instead. When you say great feedback, sir, totally hear you. I want you for a moment to act like, he just called me an idiot. Okay, good feedback. Get it. I get it, right? And then I want you to massively shift at the butt into that bright optimism that you have. But don't forget, we did this thing. You could say we're heroes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Let's try it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Great feedback, sir. Totally hear you. But don't forget, we did save a cat from a tree. You could say we're heroes.
Okay, first of all, that voice, yeah, funny. And it works so well for Jules. Works so where you started is a really nice naturalistic sounding character. In this case, a little bit more charactery sound works for this guy, right? Really good. I want you to take it one more time, Charles. I want you to push more into sadness on great feedback. Totally hear you. I want to think that you're feeling really down, and then that switch up into wee.
Okay.
I'm a hero.
All right. Great feedback, sir. Totally hear you. But don't forget, we did save a cat from a tree. You could say we're heroes.
Yeah, real nice. We love a big turn in animation. It's not going to be listed, but you're going to see it all over the place. I said earlier that comedy is king in this space, and it is. Sometimes comedy is not a written joke. A lot of the times it is. But sometimes it can be these massive shifts in emotion that land the funny. Great feedback, sir. Totally hear you. But don't forget, we did save a cat from a tree. You could say we're heroes, right? No, you probably just destroyed the whole town trying to save that cat, right? And so that massive shift from one emotion to the next lands the funny. Really good. I'd love for you to pick up line 5. Now take a look at it. It says charged up, getting Wyatt excited about the quest. Let's see, when you're ready, we'll go into it.
Okay, it's hero time, White. Let's get in here, grab that ring, and get back to the shop. This toilet quest is gonna be a snap. All right, let's go. Okay, it's hero time, Wyatt. Let's get in there, grab the ring, and get back to the shop. This toilet quest, it's gonna be a snap.
Okay, cute. Here's where we're going to adjust. Now, again, there's that note trap of just being charged up the whole time, right? And it's a good read. There's not an issue with it. Let's adjust. Let's find 3 different beats in here. I want the top half to be like, okay, mano y mano, it's time. I don't know what that word is. Sorry, Charles, but whatever that means. Let's try that. The center sentence. Let's let that one be the charged up line. Woo! We're going to do it. Okay? And then the last line, I want you to treat this like this shit. Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I curse a lot. I'm so surprised I haven't yet. I'm so sorry. Is that so bad? Okay, I'm going to try really hard not to. This is easy. It's going to be a snap. No problem. Snap. Yeah. So 3 different beats.
Okay. It's hero time, Wyatt. Let's get in there, grab that ring, and get back to the shop. This quest is gonna be a snap.
Yeah, there we are. Nice. I hope everyone heard the difference in that read, right? What you did the first time through, Charles, was good. It was good. That was a way more dynamic read. I could feel you bring the scene to life, right? And you just got this scene. You didn't even have a chance to look at it, right? That's where we want to be. Really nice, Charles. What a great job.
Thank you very much.
Heck yeah. So fun to play. I heard someone coming in. You guys want me to hold? What are we doing? We good to keep going? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. All right. Who's up next?
Hi, Christine.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
All right, my dear, give it to me. How do I say your name? I'm gonna do it.
Kemi. Kemi. Akinwale.
Okay.
Yes.
We're gonna shorten it for me. You're so
You can
sweet.
call me Kemi.
Okay, I love it. Did you have a chance to look at the sides?
No, I couldn't get the link.
Got it. Okay, great. I mean, not great. I'm sorry about that. Then talk to me, my dear, about characters that you typically get cast into. Age range, type.
Okay, so this is actually
villain,
my first
teens.
time trying to explore animation.
Yeah,
It's
that's
my first
okay.
time auditioning for anything animation, actually.
Love it. That's great. But where do you book? Where are you seeing success? Or even doesn't matter. Do you find a particular, I mean it matters, but find a particular character type that you often book or that you see most often come through? Like for instance, what would be like commercial equivalent? I don't know, but like the like a villain, or do you get teens or tweens? Do you voice little kids? Like where do you think your vocal print would land?
Well, villain or kids.
Sorry, what was the first one you said?
Villain.
Villain. Oh, well then I have something for you. Hang tight. Here it comes. Okay, hold please. Here she come. Okay. Now I don't know if you had the opportunity to hear what I was saying before. We've got Magica for you. Glance through here because I know you don't have a lot of time. Let's look at things that we could find that are character traits. I'm picking up on bitter, vengeful, gleefully, yeah, right? A little loopy. That's all I really need. And then look at her picture. I mean, give it to us, Magica. Can you see that? She's amazing. One of my favorite villains is Maleficent, and she's giving me Duck Maleficent vibes. So, bitter, vengeful, gleefully bad, right?
Okay.
Yeah. You can place her anywhere. She doesn't need any of these accents. We said at the time that we were open to Italian or English accents and American and whatever. I always say when you get a character and you're auditioning for something, what does the character feel like to you? If she feels right in and obviously like whatever, but if she feels right in a particular accent, do it. Try it. Even if we didn't say it. If it feels right to you, it might feel right to us. Anyway, why don't we, this is a biggie, but actually I could pick some smaller ones here since you're just getting this if you'd like, but yeah, why don't we look at line number 1 first, Kevin, and see what you feel here. You're advising. Remember the villain. You always want to come off that way a little bit, right? Read it through. You're ready. We're going to take a stab at it, and then we'll do some redirects. Is that cool?
Cool. Thank you.
All right.
Do you want me to read it out loud?
Yeah. If you're ready to read it in character, yeah, go right ahead.
Let me try.
Yeah, let's do it. That's what it's all about.
The home of Gide, sorry.
No,
the home of
actually, I'm so sorry to jump. Let's just do line 2. It's just a little bit shorter. You don't have to prep as much. It's such a big line on line 1. So don't ask them, Lena. They'd turn on you in an instant if they knew what you really are. Oh, and at the very least, could you burn their popcorn?
Okay. Don't trust them, Lena. They'll turn on you in an instant if they knew what you really are. Oh, and at the very least, could you burn their popcorn?
Great. Okay, great. Here's what we need to adjust. So right now you've got the words in there. You understand kind of what's happening here. Lena is obviously some type of person under you, right? You're Magica. Dispel. You're the big main villain. So this is some sort of person that works under you or whatever, right? I want more villain in your voice. When you are a villain at all times, you want to convey that. So right now I'm so sweet. Here I am. Oh my gosh, Kristen Paiva. How exciting. And now I'm Kristen Paiva. Hi, Kemi. Whatever.
Hi,
that was weird. I'm not an actor. Don't judge me. But so you always want to kind of convey that you're a baddie, right? So I want you to pick this up. When you say don't trust them and you say the name Lena, I want it to sound like you're calling her stupid. Does that make sense? I can give you an example if it doesn't.
All right. Does.
What's that?
I mean, I mean, it does, but I would like to hear you.
Oh, okay. So if now I'm gonna say stupid and then I'm gonna change it to Lena. Don't trust them,
Okay.
stupid. Okay. Don't trust them,
Okay.
Lena. Right? Like you won't give an attitude that you're, I mean, that conveys too that she's beneath you, right? As Magica. Now, on the next sentence here, they'd turn on you in an instant if they knew. Now, you see that these are italicized. I always say ignore stuff like this, but there's something happening here that the writers are trying to convey. And my interpretation of the scene is that whatever Lena is, we don't want them to know because it would be bad for Lena. So I think allow that to get a little bit dark and menacing in that what you really are. Yeah? Tim, I know that face. Oh my
Okay.
goodness. I think I'm getting kicked off. We're almost done here. And then on the beat, on that shift, on the back end here, shift into just as petty as you can. Oh, and at the very least, can you burn their popcorn? If that makes sense, let's
Okay.
give it a shot.
Okay. Shot 2. Don't trust them, Lena. They'll turn on you in an instant if they knew what you really are. Oh, and at the very least, could you burn their popcorn?
Yeah, really, really nice. And great job. I don't know if you heard that echo. That would have messed me up, but great job sticking through that. Really, really good. I want you to take it one last time, Kemi, and I want you to push it this time. Bigger, harder, more evil, more stupid Lena. Let's push it. Let's go over the top.
Don't trust them, Lena. They'll turn on you in an instant if they knew what you really are. Oh, and at the very least, could you burn their popcorn?
Yeah, nice, nice, nice. You definitely can push into this further. Really, really great starting point, my dear. It's very uncomfortable at first. I totally get it. It's also very uncomfortable to sit in your room and shout at yourself or have family members. At this point, my family just does. If I screamed, they probably wouldn't come to save me because I'm just constantly shouting and doing bizarre stuff. So it definitely takes time to get comfortable pushing into that space, but you want to hit it in this. Go big in animation because we'd always rather go, holy cow, can we pull it down than say push, 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 if that makes sense. It is so much fun and very cathartic to just scream and yell. So work towards a place where you feel comfortable doing that. It will take time. Keep pushing forward, my dear.
Thank you.
Amazing. Checking in again. I just want to make sure I saw other folks jumping in. How are we on time? Hi. Hello. Who's there? I can't see. MC. Yep. We had more folks, but I'm more than happy to wrap here. If there's time later and I can come back, you guys let me know. Totally fine to wrap here. Yeah, or something else. And no, thank you. And also happy, and I can work with King on this, but more than happy to work with people after the fact or on the side that didn't get a chance to go. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Oh, okay. That's basically it. I just want you guys to all keep in mind kind of the things that we've talked about here. Animation, go big, have fun. This space is so free and it's just joyful. So if you are enjoying yourself and you're having fun, I promise you on the other end we are going to have fun. If you hate the character that you're auditioning for, it's going to come through on the other side. So enjoy yourself, have a blast, and go big or go home. It's been such a joy being here. Thank you all so, so much. And like I said, I'll work with King to see if you guys want us back. You're in exceptional hands now. I see. Oh my, is that Sissy? Hi. Hi, you guys. You're heroes. This is actually how, Tim is how I learned about this conference. I saw you doing this last year, Tim, and I said, I've got to do that. So, so great to see you guys. I think you're over in DC. Take it away. Much love.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Thank you for having me. Well, no problem. If that's in dollars, that's no problem. If it's in dollars, I don't mind. Ah, all right. Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be here again for the voiceover conference. The voiceover conference, amazing time. Thankful to King E for his leadership on this and also making this constantly sacrificing for an industry every year. So kudos to you, King E. Keep going. You know, I told you, you're not alone. We'll keep pushing, just keep pushing. And this is, we're getting to that point where it's gonna be all over the world now, not just Africa, but all over the world. All right. So when I was given this topic, I was like, this is so, I love it. It felt to me like ice cream. I love it so much. Right. Because these are the kind of things I like to talk about most of the time when I'm called to speak at events, especially that have to do with creative events and events that have to do with voiceovers. So I don't have too much time. Let me just go straight to it. Now let's talk about proven strategies for influence, basically African voiceover talents, right? How to building influence as an African voiceover talent. All right. So why exactly is influence essential? Why is it important in this day and age? Right. There are various reasons, but these are three top reasons why influence is key. Number one is the market reality. The market reality. What are you saying? What is the market reality all about? Now, from the year 2020, if I'm correct, yes. And if you've checked data all over, you would see that the the market, the voiceover industry experienced a major boom that was not even expected. For someone like me who is more like a trend spotter as well, right? I saw it coming, but 2020, the COVID day, the COVID year showed us that the market just had a lot of entrants. Like a lot of people came into the market, and for that reason, it has now made the market much more. It wasn't competitive, right? But now, there before, what we had was, talent was just enough. Talent was just enough where everybody, okay, you could just use talent to just, shallow people and just enter, and get picked. But now, since after 2020, right, talent has proven not to be enough because we like a lot of talented people, right? The market has become highly competitive. Highly, when I mean highly, it's highly competitive now. So talent is really just not enough. All right. Now the expository data, if you look around, and it's something that is a challenge that I have with voiceover talents and even the creative industry in general, right? A lot of times we don't study data, and data is very key because when you don't know where you're coming from or what is happening in that industry, how are you able to plan your direction or where do you want to go? It's going to be, it's almost going to be like madness. You get what I'm saying, right? So you need to look at data. Now, is the data for the industry, is it getting better or is it getting worse, right? If it's getting worse, why is it getting worse? If it's getting better, why is it getting better? All right. African voiceover talent, for example, right? Have we've seen the players in the industry have grown by 300%. That is crazy numbers, right? Crazy numbers, right? I was reading a report and I saw it. I said, wow, African voiceover talents, right? The industry has grown by 300% in just 2 years, right? In just 2 years. Crazy, crazy numbers. And then audio content creators, audio content consumption in Africa has gone up at 400%. That's data, good data. you know, up by 400%. That's almost like it's almost double, right? And then you have the fact that what we have now is not just the traditional voice economy. If you follow me and if you've probably heard me talk about it, it's not just a traditional voice economy. We now have what we call the creator economy, which is now accessible to the world, right? So everybody has access to it. So it's actually expanding for voiceover talent. So as in, I've seen voiceover talents that are not just earning from the traditional voice economy, which when I mean traditional, for those that probably do not know what it means earning strictly from your voice. So for example, e-learning, commercials, animation, and the rest of what the audiobooks, all those ones, right? Those are traditional. That's what we categorize as the traditional voice economy. But we have the creator economy where your skills and things that right, are put with your voice, or they collaborate with your voice, and you put them online, right? Especially where you get some residual income, whether by through views and a lot of other things, right? But when you look at that, the creator economy as well, that data tells you that there's so much there's reason to be really, really influential with your talent. Now, then we have what we call, I've tagged it the golden opportunity. Now, international brands everywhere, international. In fact, the last week we still had a client reach out, right, at our organization looking for African talents, right? So they are looking for African voices. But another thing we must also realize is the fact that, because I'm in Georgia here, and of course, I've been to LA, I've been to a lot of the biggest conferences here in the US. And what I notice is that a lot of them need to also be educated about Africa itself, because a lot of people do not really understand that in Africa, there's not just one African accent. We have West African accents, we have Eastern African accents, we have South African accents. So you can't just put everybody under an umbrella. You have to be specific, right? So they also need some form of education, right, to understand what exactly, so that, because sometimes when you say, oh, African accent, and people are hearing something else, right? It's actually a bit wrong. Why? Because there's the representation feels a bit okay. This person doesn't represent me, right? So you have to be specific, right? So that's the golden opportunity for a lot of Africans there. All right. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm not about to say love is a beautiful thing, all right? But I'm just here to say something else. But don't get it twisted. Influence, because this generation, right, has actually quantified influence. They said, okay, influence for them is followership. No, no, sir. Influence is not equals followers. No, 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 no. If you like have 1 million followers, does not mean that you truly have influence. That's not, there are some tests, there are some metrics that you use to measure influence. So, and for you who does not have, who has 1,000 followers, or you have 500 followers, and you feel, oh, I'm not influential, I'm not an influencer. Why? Because, I don't have followers. Now, it can be a metric that advertising agencies use, all of those things, but it does not necessarily convert. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because I know it. I know that for sure. All right. Now, but this is sadly the popular thought process that influence or followership is equals to influence, or followership or influence is equals to when you have followers, right? No, that's not what it is. Now, what does influence actually mean? So, Shobo, if you're telling me that this is not what influence is, what does influence actually mean? All right, let's break it down. I like to break things down. So, we have traditional thinking, okay? And then we have what it really is. What influence is truly, all right. Now traditional thinking tells you that, okay, I need 100,000 Instagram followers, 5,000 or 10,000 Facebook followers, 20,000 Twitter followers, right? Another one will tell you, oh, I think I should lower my rates, right, so that I can get more influence, right? People have been more influential right? If I just give them a cheaper rate, right? Some people also tell you that, no, I don't work with, for me, I don't work with local clients. I work with just international clients. But excuse me, sir. Excuse me, ma. Client is client, whether international or local. Yes, the economics may differ, but the truth is, if you are truly influential, they will pay your fees. They will pay your fees and they'll keep coming back to you. Your clientele is about trust. What they need is trust. When they want to work with you, it's all about trust. So whether international or local, stop trying to segment and say, okay, I don't know, I only want to work with international people. I don't want, no, I just I do international brands. I don't, no, sir. Client is client, whether local or international. In fact, in some cases, some of your local clients are the ones that will refer you for international jobs. Imagine somebody's managing a brand like Heineken in Nigeria, right? And they are looking for an Africa-wide campaign, a voice for that. Do you think that brand manager will not refer you? Is that not an international job? Let's think well, all right? Okay, so the reality, influence reality, it says decision makers know your name. So if we look at you now and we are talking to you, you're saying, oh, I'm big. Do the decision makers know your name? When we ask them, do they know your name? When they're calling people, that's where we're talking influence. So that's true influence. Do the decision makers know your name? Number one, do you understand? Are you invited in the conversation when the project starts? Right? When project starts, when they're about to start something, when the campaign is, they invite you as a voice. They want to hear what you have to say because they know your contributions are not just voiceover, but you bring your brain to it. All right, that shows influence. Right, that has happened to me. I can't even count. There's a client I'm working with presently now. A client I'm working with presently now. What they're even thinking now is that, listen, Shobo, you have given us so much. We want to give you equity. That's it. That's what I love. It's not just money. I don't just, it's not money. How much? If they pay me, how much? But equity, plenty money. Plenty money. Just imagine. I have equity on that project. It's an app that we're building, right? But I have equity on that project now. Just imagine if, God forbid, if I live this life now, my children will enjoy that, they part of that equity. Do you get what I'm saying? Think. Clients adapt budgets to work with you, right? They adapt to say, oh, listen, Shobo, okay, no, Shobo, I can't take $2,000. I'm sorry, sir, I can't. I'm not sure I can do $2,000. I will be able to do maybe 5,000. If it's 5,000, I'll be. Shobo, that's tough. That's tough, man. But listen, it's you. We trust what you bring to the table. We know what you can do. We know what you're capable of doing, right? We'll do it. That's influence. That's influence, right? All other artists, other voiceover talents seek advice from you, right? Say, oh, I think you are this place. You are able to help me. What can you do? Yeah, that's influential. You're being influential. You have some level of influence when people are able to trust your thought process, right? Or the things that you say. Going on, all right. Now, we've discovered what influence truly, right? I mean, the reality of influence, all right. I always tell people that people say, person like you, so don't get like 500,000 followers. I always tell them, no, for me, I'm not in competition with anybody. Number one, number two, there's a difference between the quality of your followers and the quantity of your followers. They're two different things, right? If you check the quality of my followers, you're going to see, but as we said, influence is not equals to followers. But when you even think of the quality of people that follow you, not just people that every day they just wake up and they just, oh yeah, this person, I just want to follow vibes and trends. No, these people are following you because they know that you are able to deliver something to them, and they reach out to you, and you don't sustain the conversation just on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. You go official. You go to your email. That's what happens, especially when people reach out to me or via DM, especially if clients reach out to me via DM personally. We take the conversation to our email, right? Because the person knows that this person is about to bring value to me. All right. Now, I've designed what I call 5 pillars of voiceover influence. And wow, they say the future is Africa for this conference. And of course, It's the acronym from Africa. The acronym is picked from Africa. So the 5 pillars of voiceover influence. Number 1, which is A, is authenticity. Authenticity. Number 2, which is F, is frequency. Number 3, which is R, is relationship. Number 4, which is I, is innovation. Number 6, Abi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Number 5, which is C, is community. And number 6, which is A, is adaptation. Very easy, simple framework. If you don't remember anything today, remember that one. The Africa framework. When you think about I'm an African, the African framework. Okay, let's see it. Let's follow this framework. What does the framework? What's it all about? A, authenticity. Own your voice. Don't try to be anybody else. Please, I'm begging you, own your voice. Listen, I'm somewhere else right now, apart from my home country, Nigeria, and I can tell you for sure. I'm not even talking now, I'm talking from experience. Own your voice, right? If you have an accent, let it flow. Please let it flow. Don't try to, yeah. Now, as much as possible, there's some people who are gifted with doing accent. That's fine. That's okay. You can also get work from that. But if all you have and what you know how to do is your normal Nigerian or African, Nigerian English, South African English, and probably a language, maybe Pidgin or Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa, please don't try to be anybody else. Don't try to be, no, please, just do you. Own your voice. There is a uniqueness to your voice as an African. Use it as that should be your superpower. Use it that's what you should sell, right? Frequency. Influence comes with consistency. As a voiceover talent that wants to build influence, you need consistency, right? With your online presence and all, right? Don't just appear and reappear in an erratic way. So I just wake up this morning. I just want to, I'm tired. Okay. Be frequent. If you're saying I'm posting 3 times a week, make sure you follow that 3 times a week. If I'm posting once a week, let it be once a week, right? Be consistent. All right. Now, relationships, business-minded talents, value strategic networking. They don't just sit in their studio waiting for calls. I know some people. I'm sure. I'm stepping on some toes here. But there are some people, right? You just in their studio, just the call will come now. Call will come. People they'll come, they'll call me. They will call me for this job. No, Baba, go out tomorrow. You should be at super conference. You should be number 1, sitting down there. Say, is somebody saying something? Okay. Maybe somebody needs to be muted. Right. So, like I was saying, right? Business-minded talents they don't sit in the studio waiting for calls. They go out and network strategically, right? Don't just go to even voiceover events. Go to creative events, business events where you meet people. These are where the decision makers are. Do you get what I'm saying? And then you introduce yourself and what you do. Don't just sit in your studio and just sit there like you're waiting for call. For where? From who? Who? Who is going to call you? Okay, then innovation. Stand out by bringing out fresh ideas. All right. There's so many ideas. There's so many things, right, that you can work on. Right now, I'm presently working on an app, right? I'm not gonna announce what is it yet. It is yet, but once it launches like this, my God, that's innovation. You must think, what else can I do to help this industry, or what else can I do to, to get some value or to show what value I bring to this industry, right? Don't just sit down and just be so okay. Tell them come on when they record, they pay us money, yeah. So after that, right? Or when I get a gig, and after that, is that what if you get to a point where you're not able to get gigs again, right? Or when you've gotten all the gigs, what's next? When you've gotten all the gigs, you work for all the clients in this life. What next? Innovation. Think. All right. Community. Now, true influence isn't measured by how far, right, your voice goes, but how many others you help find theirs. right? How many people are you helping find their own voice as well, right? It's not just you finding yours, but how many people have you helped find theirs? Share your knowledge, mentor younger people, celebrate your peers publicly. Don't just live in isolation. Me, my only me, yeah, me. You go share your own, you go share. Try to also be nice as well. Celebrate your peers, celebrate people that you don't stuff together. Don't just not only me. A supportive ecosystem expands your impact and deepens your legacy. Very simple. Very simple. Then adaptability. Trends change, tech changes, client expectation shifts, right? Stay relevant by learning new tools and embracing feedback. Now, everybody's talking about AI. But how are you using AI to help your work? That's important, right? Influence that adapts is influence that will last. So don't just, for example, I had started voiceovers in the years when we didn't have, when we only used to work on CDs, right? CDs and the rest of that, where they were born CDs and they were doing all of that stuff, right? Not in the days of, I was there when we have big consoles that they used to mix, big consoles. They used to mix our jingles in those days, right? So just imagine when they started doing the newer things, right? And I said, oh no. I came from the realm of those ones. Oh, you have to adapt. So you go learn. For example, there's no year that I don't take a course. I must learn. I must learn. I must learn something new. There must be something new that I'm learning, that I'm putting out there. It's very important, right? You must adapt to the changes because life is changing. Every day, things are changing. All right. Now, how do I measure this influence? Shobo, you have been talking so much about influence. Wow, this guy. Now, this thing really talks self. Okay, how do I measure my growth as an influence, like, the growth of my influence? How, because this one that I'm saying, I don't understand it. Okay, these are metrics that matter. Let me show you. This is it. It's all here. You can see it, right? Now, they are vanity metrics, which is what a lot of people focus on. And then we have the true influence metrics. Okay. Now, when you see vanity metrics, follower counts. Oh, I have 100,000 followers, 1 million followers on TikTok. I have 2 million followers on Instagram. I engagement choke by this thing, my post. Engagement choke, you know. Profile views. Look at now. See now. Some people will even share it. I have to, and which is good because when a lot of agencies ask you, you see that you show them that, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, what happens is when the agency calls you and you're not able to convert, there's problem. So what are the true now? These things are good, right? Like you see, I call it vanity. It's not that they are not metrics, they are true metrics, but they are vanity metrics, right? But true influence metrics, right, which you should track. Number one, direct messages from potential clients, right? Number two, you're getting panel invitations, speaking invitations. That's also a way to track it, all right? Because that means you have something to say. There's something you have to say, right? Pair collaboration request. Oh, Baba, can we do something together? Bro, I would like to do something with you. Sis, I would like to do something with you, man. Right. Then your rates, when you started, is not the rate that you collect now. That's also some progress. Those are influence metrics. That means your people are really, they love what you do. They love your voice. They want to work with you more. Referral percentage of bookings, right? You have a lot of people referring you. Oh, this person is very good. This guy, and there's percentage, right? Referral percentage of bookings. Now, industry recognition and award. There are so many awards out there, right? Those things, right? They matter because sometimes when you tell, I remember a lady, a very famous Nigerian talent, who was telling me, it was a mom, was telling me how she came to LA and sorry, no, she was trying to get a management for her daughter, and it got to a point where they had to send a mail to them, and they told the person that this person is so an award winning, and they mentioned the award. Immediately the agency called them. because this once he saw that line, immediately the agency called them. So those things are very important as well. Put your work out there. If you need to put in for awards, put in for those awards. They are important. All right. Then sorry about that. I was getting a call. Now, how do I still on measuring this thing? Okay, measuring this influence. Now, how do I calculate my monthly influence score? Very simple. I've created something for you. Say thank you to me. Just say thank you. Let me hear you say thank you. All right, but MIS, simple, monthly influence score. Every month, take out time to rate yourself from 1 to 10 on the phone. 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. All right. Recognition. How well known is your voice and brand within the target industry or the target audience? All right. How well known is your brand? Recognition. So you can call this like 5 R's. All right. All right. How well is your voice and brand with the target industry or the target market or the target audience? Relationships. What is the strength and quality of your professional network, your clients, your collaborators, and your community? All right. Your revenue, the income you generate consistently from voiceover work and related services. How much have you generated this month? How much are you generating? Or even, yeah, you might not generate something this month, but what is your projection for next month? Okay, now if you had a projection for next month, did you meet it? All right. Then, if you're also just starting, don't start doing this immediately, because you are still growing in the industry. So make sure you build yourself to the point where, right, you are now able to come on and say, listen, I want to start building my influence. All right. Reputation. All right. What others say about your professionalism, character, reliability, and quality, online and offline. Right. Because people talk. People talk. There are certain people. No, I don't want to say some things here, right? So that I don't put Kingi in trouble, right? But the your character, right? Your character, your reliability, your quality, your professionalism. People are watching and people are talking. People are watching and they are talking. All right. So be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Your reputation. All right. Reach. How far your voice travels. This is measured through your online presence, your body of work, your platform visibility, and audience engagement. All right. How far your voice travels. How far has your voice traveled? How far how far is it just Nigeria here? Okay. Is it late? Is it pan-Nigerian? Is it pan-African? Right? Has it traveled all over the world? Is it done a campaign? What exactly? Let's know your body of work, right? Let's know your reach. Okay. So these are ways you can also track your influence. Okay. See, if you one every month for 5 months, it's not a problem. But at least you know where you are at the moment and you know what you need to do to get to the next level. That's what's important. Don't see it as a part of, I'm failing. Oh, I'm a failure. No, it's a way to challenge yourself and a way to make yourself accountable. Apart from being accountable to other people, but making yourself accountable as well. All right. Also, please, I beg you in the name of God. All right. These are things that kill your influence. All right. Please avoid them. I'm almost done. Please avoid them. Number one, the inflator. These are archetypes. The archetypes of those kind of people. The inflator, when you pretend to be bigger than what you are, please be yourself. Don't go and do something that you're not. And they tell you to go and be that thing, and then when they call you to come and actually play that thing, you can't play it. Problem deal. So the inflator, right? You are like a hypocrite. I'm sorry, but you're pretending to be bigger than you are. Now, I understand the place of faith, but faith and reality too, they are different things. Don't pretend to be what you are not yet. All right? Be real, be who you are, and you are still going to go. That's why there's something called growth. You grow from level to level, from level to level. You can't. How many children have you seen that they just came out from their mother's home and they just started walking? How? Which child? Please tell me if you've seen that child like that. Maybe I should go and I should go. I want to go and learn. All right. The isolator, only promoting yourself, never others. Just about you. It's all about you and you alone. No, you don't ever promote. You don't celebrate anybody because you are the alpha and the omega. Right. Now you also have the complainer, always criticizing. Oh, why did they do like this? Why did they do like this? How did they do it like that? Right. Always criticizing clients or industry people. All right. The complainer, the copycat, mimicking others instead of being authentic. Your own. You can copy anything this life. Just see what that is. You just want to copy it. No, no, sir. No, ma. Right? The copycat. Then the ghost. Inconsistent present. You just ghost people. You start well online. You'll be very I would be like, this guy, you just ghost. Just next time they see you, maybe like 4 months, I said, guys, I'm so sorry, This is what I'm talking about. Even myself, I'm guilty, right? I'm guilty of this, right? But as much as possible, pick yourself up again. Pick yourself up again. Go for it. Don't be ghosting people. All right. Don't do that. All right. The price cutter, right? Competing on price instead of value. Competing on price strictly instead of value. This guy is doing it. Oh, this is Showboy is doing it for 1 million. No. I'll do it for 200,000. Now yourself you did do. Now yourself you did do. All right. Um, I've also put together a formula for voiceover talent, all right? An influence formula for voiceover talent. Remember, talent minus influence is equals to hidden potential. You are talented, you don't have influence, is hidden potential. You are skilled but unheard, right? You're very skilled. People know you this guy talent day, the guy good, right? But nobody know you. Nobody sabi you. Your work remains in the shadows because your work will just remain in the shadows. Talent minus influence equals hidden potential. Talent plus influence is equals impact and income. You are skilled and you are seen. Your voice moves minds and markets. All right. So listen, talent can make you capable. You're capable as somebody who is talented, right? But when you are valuable, you have influence with the talent. So right now, a lot of even casting directors, agencies, right? As much as they're looking for talent, they are also looking for influence. So, my brother, if you have talent and somebody that you're more talented than has influence, they're going to pick that person over you. Take it from me. All right. Now, remember, one reputation mistake can undo years of influence building. One reputation mistake can undo years of influence building. Your voice is your passport, but your influence is your legacy. All right? Your voice is your passport, but your influence is your legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's connect. My name is Sean Shobo. It was great having this wonderful presentation with you. I enjoyed it. I had a great time. So, yeah, I'm done. I don't know if there are questions. If not, if you have questions for me, you can reach out to me in the DMs. There's no time anymore. But yes, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a wonderful time with you all. God bless. Oh, yeah, yes, I am. I am. I'm there. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello, hello, everybody. Good to be here. Good to be here. Uh, hello, hello. Good. How you doing? How's everything? Sure. Friedlander. Friedlander. Yep. All right. Thank you. Great to be here. Coming to you. We are currently in Washington, D.C., and just spent the last 2 days, 3 days actually, on Capitol Hill meeting with legislators around ethics and AI and the concerns we have around the future of voice in here. I know we're running a little bit late, so I'm going to keep this to about 20 minutes so we can go to the top of the hour on this. And I want to talk about a few things today, and then I'm going to share our website, which is our Nava website, which has a bunch of information on there. It's great to be back. I believe I was here last year and possibly the year before. I've done this a couple of times, and it's always great to be here and have an opportunity to speak to everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm in literally found a conference room here in Washington, D.C. while we're waiting for our flight to go back to Los Angeles. So one thing that that we want to talk about are a few things today. We're going to talk a little bit about kind of the ethics behind AI and synthetic voices, but what I really want to talk about further into this is contracts and what we as independent voice actors can do ourselves in order to ensure that our voices are protected and that we have some ability to control what happens with our voices. So kind of starting from the beginning of this is looking at kind of the current state of where we are with AI in the world. As we know, AI and tech companies are not focused or solely stuck in one country. So what happens in the US and the UK and in France and Australia and all around the world, that technology is going to be used in all the other countries. I've had multiple conversations with voice actors in Kenya and Nigeria around AI companies that have been coming to those different countries and different regions to try and find voices. And we want to really make sure that you as individual voice actors, as professionals, have the ability to put some protections in place and some control in place over what happens with your voice. So the biggest thing to think about right now is how quickly this technology is changing, how fast it is growing. About 3 years ago, it would take 10 hours of recorded audio in order to make a good synthetic voice, a good clone of your voice. Right now, with certain companies that are out there, it takes about 3 seconds of source audio in order to make a believable version of your voice, which means for all of us who are on here, who are voice professionals, who have hours and hours and hours of recorded audio, there is plenty of content that exists already for somebody to make a clone of our voice. So what can we do about that? How can we look into this? So the easiest thing that we can do is start with our contracts and our agreements and make sure that those protections are in place. From there, we can look at, in the US, we look at state laws. Individual states have different laws. And then from there, we look at federal laws. And we can look at the laws that our country is going to have. And then from there, what we can do is look at other countries to see what they're doing. The UK, Europe is doing a lot of things right now, and then potentially look at what is happening with the UN and look at what is happening with G7 and with a lot of the other governments that are out there. We also have to look at lawsuits and what lawsuits are going to be coming around and what those lawsuits are going to mean for voice actors. So all of those things, the majority of those things are out of our hands. We don't actually have the ability to control what happens on a state, federal, international level. But what we can control and what we do have the ability to have a say over are the contracts that we sign with the clients that we work with. And I know contracts in the US, sometimes it's very common just to do a job without ever signing a contract, or to have something in an email or something in a text thread that discusses those concerns. So what I'm going to share with you right now is our Nava page, our Nava website. And to make sure everybody is seeing this, and hopefully you're seeing this okay, you should be seeing our Nava website. And we wanted to show you some of these resources. We have put together these resources for everybody to use. You're welcome to use these in your country. You're welcome to use these with any client that you have, and to try and set a precedent or some standard of how we should work with synthetic or AI voices. So for us, we kind of started with this idea that we wanted to kind of standardize the definition of this type of work. Right now, there is no real standardized idea or definition about what an AI voice is. Some people call them synthetic voices, some call them voice clones, some call them digital doubles, digital replicas, various other definitions that people have. We want to actually look at the ability to preserve the vocal likeness, legally preserve the vocal likeness, and to create some industry-wide idea about what those risks are. The risks to voice actors are the same regardless of where you live in the world. And that risk is that somebody will take your voice, create a digital double of it, a clone of it, and then use that digital clone to replace you. And what we have seen over the last couple of years is this technology start in the US and then work its way around the world. So a lot of times what I've been doing is working with voice actors in other countries on contracts or agreements or technology that we've seen in the US 6 months or a year ago. 32 of the 50 major AI companies in the world are located in California. It's predominantly, it's disproportionate to California and to the US than it is from around the world. So lots of what is happening for these AI companies, they're looking at these concerns from a tech US only perspective. And so we as voice actors have to make sure that we can communicate with them and talk to them about our concerns from the artistic professional actor side of things. So what we are looking for and what we would like to see in our contracts, so we want all of us to be advocates for ourselves. You get to be your best advocate because you are the only one who knows and has the ability to control what happens with your voice. So be an advocate for yourself. So the first thing that we want to make sure that we advocate for is the ability to consent to the use of creating a synthetic version of your voice. Nobody should ever have their voice owned, replicated, digitally doubled without their consent. You should have the right to say, no, you cannot take my voice and create a clone of it. Many times, clients that we work with believe that they have the right to do anything with the audio files they have because they have paid you for them. They have paid you for that performance. They have paid you for the terms of that performance, but they have not paid you to extract your voice from that audio file and create completely new performances that will put you out of work, potentially be in competition with you, and potentially be promoting products that you don't support or saying things that you would never say. This gets us to number 2, which is explicit limits on the use of the results and proceeds of an AI synthetic voice and machine training. So what this means is that you actually have limits on what they can do with that synthetic voice. So first, make sure they know that they have to get your permission to create that voice. Next, they have to make sure that they get your consent for how that voice is used. There are many things that we've probably seen, and I'm sure many of you have seen these same terms, which is machine training, TTS, machine learning. You'll sometimes see it written as ML. Those things are things you want to look out for. And if you see those, know that that's probably going to be an AI job. We next want to have the ability to opt out or have term limits on the use of that synthetic voice. So for example, you authorize a company to use your voice for a product for a certain period of time. If you decide that you no longer want them to be able to create new content with your voice, you should have the ability to opt out of them using your voice. Or one thing really to keep in mind is to be aware of this term in perpetuity. And I'm sure that many people have seen that word, probably in perpetuity. And we want to make sure that we do not give away our voice in perpetuity forever. So put term limits on that AI synthetic voice that you do create, if you choose to create one. You should never be forced to create one, and you should always have the right to say, no, you cannot create a synthetic version of my voice. Next, we want to look at appropriate payment. This is similar to usage. And one of the things that many of you, and if you're new on this will be a term that you become familiar with. If you've been doing this for a while, we discuss usage. And this is, how long do you want to use my voice? Where do you want to use it, and for what product? We want to make sure that you get paid appropriately for that. Obviously, if they're going to use something that is going to be seen around the world, you should be paid more for that than something that is only going to be seen in a small community or one city or one state. We want to have clearly denoted exclusivity, which means not only do they have to get your consent for what the voice says or what it creates, but then also make sure that it's very clear on what products they are going to be using it for, what clients they're going to be using it for. I'm sure this, I don't know exactly how this works and if it's exactly the same everywhere, but if you, for example, do the voice for Nike or the voice for Mercedes-Benz or BMW, you can also be the voice of a different product, competing product. And all the lights just turned off in this conference room. So that's hopefully you all can see me. Looks great still. So you want to have clearly denoted exclusivity on what products they can use that voice for. You also want to make sure that there's clear exclusivity. If you decide to work with a company, are you allowed to work with a different company and make a synthetic version of your voice? From there, we want to make sure that we have safe storage and tracking of your voice, your likeness, the performance, and all products created from them. You want to know that this audio is being safely stored. You don't want to find out that your audio was taken from a server, was sold with a company, and that you have no idea where that voice is. So it's important that you have safe storage and tracking of the performer's voice. If, for example, this tech company sells to a different company, you want to know where your audio files are. You want to know where they go. And so, I see a couple of things in the chat here. Exactly. The most important thing, I'm going to go back to this, is this number one thing right here. You should have the ability to say no, the ability for the performer to consent to use. If you do agree to have a copy of your voice made, then make sure that all of these other things here are taken into account. But this very first one right here at the beginning is the ability to say yes or no. And that's something that we want to make sure that you feel empowered to say yes or no. You feel empowered to ask questions. Currently, there is no way to track it unless you work with a specific company that is able to track it. If you work with 11 Labs, they actually have watermarks on their audio files, so you can track where that audio file goes. Some companies have watermarks and tracking ability, most don't. There currently is no technology that can track an audio file once it leaves your computer. So we are working on trying to get that technology created so that we as voice actors can determine what happens with our voice. But yes, always the very first thing that you know that you should have the ability to say yes or no. You have the right to say no to having a clone of your voice made. If you do want to there is potential for potential income to be made from a clone of your voice, but you must do it in a way that is going to be fair and safe and ethical for how you want your voice used. We have in the United States, we have SAG-AFTRA, so we have a lot of information here on what to look for a SAG-AFTRA contract, but some things to look for. Look for the word simulation, look for the word synthesization, digital double, machine learning, clone, anything digital is going to be a tip off that this may potentially be an AI job. Now, we're going to go down here. Let's go down to this. All right. So we want to make sure that we have all of these things. So for most of you who are not under SAG-AFTRA's protections, then we're going to look at this from what do we need to do ourselves. So be proactive. We have a synthetic AI, synthetic voice writer. You are all welcome to take this and use this writer. You can find everything. I'm going to drop the link in the chat here on this page right here. Know your rights. So in the United States, we have right of publicity laws that vary state to state. So depending on what state we live in, will depend on what protections we have. So it's really important to know the community you live in, know the state you live in, know the country you live in, and know what protections you have over your voice. Are there biometric protections for your voice in your country? If there are not, then you have to make sure that very, very clear that you have protections in place. If you come across any verbiage that talks about simulation, synthesization, digital double, we looked at that earlier, either remove that language or don't do the project. One thing it's very, very hard to say no to a project. Absolutely, we know that for sure. It's hard to turn down work. But if the risk of losing your voice and the risk of losing future work is higher than what you're going to make from that job, you have to say no. And it's better to say no now than to give up the rights to your voice for the rest of your life. Don't make your next job your last job because that job took your voice. And if you want to, you can always reach out to contact Anava Voices on this page. We are a place that you can go to. We are co-founders of United Voice Artists, which is a global coalition of voice acting associations. We can help you hopefully find some information in your area where you live. Now, I want to go and check out something for you that anyone can take, which is our Nava AI writer. And we have made a writer that you can add to any contract. And this contract, what this writer says is that you may not use my voice for synthetic voices, for digital doubles, for clones, or for machine learning. So you can put that in right away and say, you cannot use my voice for any of these things. From there, if you then decide that you would like to work with a company to make a clone of your voice, you can. But you then at that point have the ability to control with that client what happens with your voice. And that's really, really important for everybody to understand. This is downloadable. There are also instructions on how to use the writer. And we highly recommend that you include this in every job that you do. Put this writer into place. You should have a contract, an agreement of some kind that lays out the terms of that job that you're doing. We also have here, for anybody to download, we actually have contract templates that you are welcome to take and use. So we have a commercial paid media scope of work contract, and we have an industrial non-broadcast scope of work template. That's how we break it down in the US. It's either commercial and you're being paid for that commercial usage, or it's industrial non-broadcast and you're being paid for that non-broadcast usage. So they're slightly different. So it's important to know the context of that job and how it's going to be used. Again, these are available for anybody to use. I'm going to drop these in the chat here. You are welcome to take those. You also, and I will invite anybody who would like to join NAVA. NAVA may be the National Association of Voice Actors, but we have members in 9 different countries. And if anybody here would like to join NAVA, you are welcome. If you would like to email us, I can give you a discount code for anybody here who is a member who is here on this conference. We have information on how to join and what we look for. Currently, it's $175 per year, but we've worked out, I can give you a discount for that to make it much, much lower and help those of you who would like to join be able to join. We have information here on the criteria on what we're looking for. We are a professional organization, and so in order for us to maintain that title of a professional organization, we need to make sure that our members themselves are professionals. And this is just I'm going to give you just the main website. You can find this at navavoices.org. You can reach out to us. Whoops. Let me actually give you the correct address right there. So I copied the wrong spot. There we go. Please feel free to reach out anytime that you would like, and we can offer as much help and assistance as we can. I'm going to stop sharing this now. We are at the top of the hour. I'm in Washington, D.C. We've had 16 meetings in the last 4 days, and I'm getting ready to hop on a plane to fly back to Los Angeles so I can go get back home and start getting back in the booth and start doing some work. If anybody has any other questions, please feel free to reach out. I'm going to drop my email in there. And definitely feel free to reach out. I don't know who's up next, but I do see Mark Cashman in there. Mark Cashman actually he helped me get back in. He helped me get back into voiceover in 2013, 2014 or so. And is one of the reasons I am in this industry. So good to see you, Mark. Always good to see your face. Come a long ways, my friend. I tell you, it's been a long ways. But if anybody has any questions, please feel free to reach out. And feel free to use anything off of our website, download any of those contracts, download that AI writer, use it in every project that you can. Yes, and in our world is definitely not creator friendly for the legal structure. You're absolutely correct. And so this is why we have to take this into our hands as much as possible. One thing to remember is you are one half of this project. We as the actor are one half of this project. We should have the right to have an equal say in how we work in this project. So thank you all very much. I don't know if we have a question. I see a hand raised. Yes, you're welcome. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to leave right now and go hop on a plane. So I will see you all later. Have a great rest of your conference, and thank you all for the invitation. It's been great being here. Oh, thank you so much. Bye, everybody.
Great. Can you hear me now? I think I just needed. Fantastic. Thank you very much. You've been amazing, by the way. Carrying this session virtually and still getting so much engagement is incredible. So kudos to you and thank you very much for the opportunity. We're going to try and keep this as interactive as possible. It's the last session, but it's not the least by any means. And we have such an incredible lineup of speakers that will be sharing some insightful thoughts with us today. Um, my name is Favor, and I'm a lawyer by training, but really I'm just here to listen and also to share the conversation today on the business playbook for voice over success, pricing, negotiation, and AI voices in the future. Now, today we are joined by four phenomenal voices who are shaping the industry. And let me even try and exemplify the value of this session right now. I did the math across our different speakers, David Tabak, Mark, Charlene, and Wakil. And I computed their individual years of experience in the space. Can I ask anyone to guess the total number of experience? I think, can you hear me? Someone said my voice is low, my volume is low. I hope it's better now, but please let me know if it's not so I can fix that. Um, Someone said maybe 100 years. Okay, you can hear me great. 100 to 50, 50, 40 years. Okay. Any more guesses? A century, 35 years. Okay. So I came up with a number of 96 years of a combined experience from our American panelists today, Zimbabwean and also Kenyan. Three jurisdictions, 96 years. That's exactly, wow, Victor, that's phenomenal. So, I mean, if we wanted to quantify how much we would pay for such a session, I think that would be incredibly expensive. So, if you're still here, please take out that notepad and pen and just get ready to write as much as possible. This is not just a panel discussion, it is an industry masterclass on the business of voiceover, how to price your work, negotiate from a place of confidence, and navigate the AI powered future without losing your edge. So, I'm going to start with introducing our panelists. And the first on my list is David Toback, who is the COO of the Global Voice Acting Academy, co-creator of the GVAA Rate Guide, sessions coach, and a tireless advocate for fair rates and AI protections. He's helped voice actors worldwide run successful businesses from a place of confidence and clarity. Can we have a virtual round of applause for David, please? And then I'll proceed as you're doing that to introduce Mark Cashman, 40 plus years in the studio, Mark, over 200 audiobooks, award-winning performances. You're a VO legend, to be completely honest. Educator, author of VO, one of the best books ever written for voiceover artists. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us. Charlene is a voice-over artist, copywriter, film and TV actress, and director with a distinguished career spanning nearly 2 decades. She's a multi-award winning performer and director with accolades including the 2023 African Female Voice Artist of the Year, and most recently, Best TV Director and Best Movie at the 2024 Rustenburg Film Festival in South Africa. If you're not clapping virtually, I'm not sure what you're doing. Oh, so let's just keep bringing in those claps for our panelists. And finally, last but not least, Wakio Mzenge. From the Kenyan screen, stage and voice actor, trainer, and mentor, her work across Swahili voiceovers and her role in developing talent through Tvoc and KCA University makes her a true pioneer in East Africa's voiceover scene. Such a pleasure to have you. I would say Asante Sana Wakio. Thank you for joining us. So we're going to proceed. I think we have an hour, probably about 50 minutes or 55 minutes left with the introductions I've just done. And I just wanted to start with a couple of questions for our audience, which I think would help ground the main things we'll be talking about today. So my first question for our super active audience is, have you ever walked away from a job because the rate was too low? That's the first question. Have you ever walked away from a job because the rate was too low? Let's see your responses. Okay, Blessing says yes. Right, absolutely. Okay. Not yet. Okay, Chinaya, we see you. Definitely. Okay, someone said no. Okay, Farami. Yes. All right. Now the second question. I've rejected jobs from close colleagues. Oh, wow. Okay. That's someone that knows their worth more times than I can count. Excellent. If I can just ask us to pause on the first question and now respond to my second question. Have you ever said yes to a job, even if the rate was too low? Slightly different question. You've said yes and you've gone ahead, even if you know that this is probably not matching up to the value that you can offer or that you have estimated for yourself. Oh, lots of yeses. Okay. Okay, due to relationships. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, I mean, I just decided to ask those questions so that we can begin to create context for the conversations that we're about to have right now. So I will proceed with my first question to David. I cannot see David on the screen, but I will assume that he is with us here. Just double checking. David, are you with us? I think I can only see Charlene, Mark, and Wakil. All right, I think we'll proceed. And then once David joins us, we can go to his question. So I'll start with you, Mark. You've worked across decades and media formats, different media formats. And I mean, we are very keen to hear from you. How has pricing evolved over time? And that's, I think, a question that most likely only you in this room can really respond, given the breadth of experience that you have in the space. And the follow-up question to that is, what do you think has remained constant in terms of what clients value? So how has
Oh, wow. Those are two amazing questions. But before I even start, thank you, Favor, for hosting this panel. Thank you, everybody at the VoiceOver Conference, for inviting me. I think this is my fourth year of involvement with the conference, and each year I am just so pleased to see it getting bigger and better and more inclusive and more successful, and it's just got legs, and so this is going to just continue for years and years and years, and it's only going to get better, and eventually you guys are going to have enough to fly me over to Lagos so I can be with you and have lunch and dinner and talk with you and everything else like that. I'm tired of this virtual stuff. I want to come to Nigeria. I want to be there. I've heard so many wonderful things about your country, and I would just, it would be fantastic. That said, your question about what have I, well, it's interesting. Your first two questions were, did you ever do anything that a job that you said, no, it's not enough, and another one where it wasn't enough, but you took it anyway. And I just want to address those really quickly. If the job wasn't enough, the pay wasn't enough, you just say, hey, look, don't be insulting. Pay the rates that your competitors are paying. Don't try to cheap out. Just don't be insulting. Pay going rates and don't cheap out. So I've found, and fortunately, I've not had that many opportunities to say no, because most people are not insulting. They're respectful, and they know what the going rates are. And so occasionally, when they've tried to lowball me, I said, "Come on, just man up, pony up, and just let's just pay going rates and get this out of the way." The question about when I took a rate that was lower than usual, it was only because it was like something like a public service spot, a public service announcement for a nonprofit organization where I knew they weren't going to be making any money. And so and sometimes I'd say, I'll do it for free. I'll do it for free if I know it's going to help people. If I know it's going to be a nonprofit thing, it's going to help people or children or animals or whatever the case may be. If it's public service, I'll do it for nothing, because how often do we get to talk about things that are important. We're usually talking about products and services and just stuff, business stuff, crap is basically what it is. So when you get a chance to do a public service spot where you're helping people or animals or whatever the case may be, don't even bother going for the low rate. Just say, hey, I'll do it for free. Or you, if you know what, you pay me the going rate and then I'll donate the money back to your organization. So that's how I work with those type of things. Now, your other question about what have I seen that's been consistent in the marketplace in terms of rates, the good thing is that SAG-AFTRA, one of the leading unions for actors, has always been at the forefront of trying to make sure that actors get a minimum wage or minimum pay scale, what they call scale, something that's fair to everyone, something that companies have agreed to in terms of paying a certain rate that can only go up from that particular point. And if there's use involved, then you get residuals if it's a commercial and stuff like that. So the one thing I have seen is SAG-AFTRA being at the forefront of trying to protect actors, not just on camera, but off camera as well. Fortunately, they've come to a tentative agreement. Oh, David's here. Great. We come to a tentative agreement with video game companies, and that is a strike that's been going on, I think, a couple of years now, and they finally resolved it, which is just wonderful. So I've seen, and of course, don't forget, in addition to SAG-AFTRA, we've got one of the best organizations in the world who are trying to protect us, and that's NAVA, and that's Tim Friedlander. I go around boasting that I know Tim Friedlander. That's so we have a mutual admiration society there. Tim, you talk about being at the forefront of protecting actors' rights. Tim has been doing this, and that's why I'm so proud to know him, to be associated with him, and to call him a friend and a colleague. So, in terms of something that's consistent, the one thing that's consistent is organizations like SAG-AFTRA and NAVA have been constantly fighting to protect actors, voice actors. Now, with the advent of AI, which is one of the biggest threats to our voice, and it is a threat. I know people are saying, yes, use it as a tool. Yes, my mantra says, make AI your bitch. But at the same time, it is a threat. And if we don't get the protections now that we need with Tim and Karen and their organization, we're in deep trouble, deep trouble. And I cannot say that enough. This is something this is a threat that we've never had before. Oh, I'm also going to include David's organization too, DAA, in this ongoing thing to protect actors and have minimum standards, for us. And so those are the things in terms of your question. What have I seen that's consistent? I've seen organizations like, again, GVAA, SAG-AFTRA, and NAVA there to fight for us, to protect us, and to make sure that there's a baseline of pay around the world that advertisers and clients don't take advantage of. Hope that makes sense.
It definitely does. Thank you very much. I think it's really important, and we owe a lot of thanks to such organizations for just just fighting this battle for the crop of artists and just making sure that our rights are protected. And I think that's very critical. And I think this goes to the point that was made by one of the earlier speakers about beyond recording voiceovers and getting paid, how are you thinking of contributing sustainably to the space? And that's exactly what you have described there. So thank you very much for that response. And David, it's really good to have you here. Thank you for joining. I've got a question for you around pricing. I was tempted to go the AI route, but I'm just going to stick to pricing for now because I know that's another big conversation we'll come to very shortly. But David, you've helped shape one of the most respected rate guides in the industry. Now, the question is, why do you think pricing is still such a struggle for voiceover artists?
Deserve or
We can hear you now.
oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of two things where there's a struggle of understanding how to quote and how to do that for rates across the spectrum of voiceover genres. And then there's a big problem with the expectation of the client not meeting what maybe standards have been for a long time because of the expansion of the internet and people just like, oh, well, I have $200 and US, obviously I'm speaking in US terms, but you know, I have a little bit of money. Like, why can't you take that? That's what my budget is. And you're like, well, that'd be like a plumber being, you know, like my budget's 200 and they're like, this is a $3,000 job. And they're like, well, my budget's 200. And the plumber's like, adios. They walk out the door, right? There's none of that like, oh, well, I don't know. In our side, the client wants to tell us what the value of our project is. And that doesn't happen anywhere else in any other industry really, except like artistic forms. So I think that's people struggle with it because one, there's not comprehensive, overarching education on it. Like if you think you go, like I got a marketing degree, I went to college, got a bachelor's in marketing, and millions of hundreds of thousands and millions of people have done that too. And they've all gotten a similar degree and you kind of learn like, oh, this is the path towards this area in my career. Well, we don't have that. I mean, even On Camera has more of that with drama and performing arts schools and things that kind of put them into the mix of, oh, well, their performing arts teacher was a director and they know how to get in. And it's a lot more of an educational approach. And voiceover is very fragmented. People find it from all different areas. You know, I found it in one way, other people find it a different way. And so there's not like one, like, this is how you do it. And that's not necessarily an overarching bad thing, but it doesn't help to spread the value of what voiceover is. And if you're someone that just typed in, how do I get into voiceover? And you saw voices.com was the first thing that popped up and you clicked on that and you're like, oh, all I have to do is put in my credit card and I can do this. Well, now you're in a totally, you're coming into the business in a totally different way than a lot of other people do. And are you going to learn those things about the genres and what they are? And, you know, like before I start, you know, we kind of went down the guide with the rate guide. You know, I had just created a guide for myself because I was like, oh, I had a client ask me, what's the rate for this? And I was like, I thought you were supposed to tell me. I don't know. Like I was so young, I had an agent and I had an online casting site, voices.com. So at the time, so then you're just saying like, oh, they're telling me what I make. I don't know. Like you don't have any agency over what it is. And that was a massive problem. And when we had the rate guide and it exploded, it gave people the power to say, oh, this is what this is worth. So I think the having such a hard time is because there's a lack, the expectations of clients are not realistic in the world of professional voiceover because of the gig economy, because of things like Fiverr and Upwork. And like they've gotten an essence of, well, this isn't worth a lot of money. When we're over here, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like you're gonna sell my voice is gonna sell your product for a year, and you're gonna make millions of dollars, and you don't think that's worth any money. So I think there's a fragmented approach from especially the client side, and now anybody with an iPhone or a good quality camera phone can now become a video creator or a producer or have a production company shooting videos. And now they're out there trying to get people to do voiceover and they're working on not at a professional standard that say like me with my agent sending me a job that, oh, that's an audition for Coca-Cola, you know? So I think that's where a lot of that comes. There's so much fragmentation. People don't get the education maybe they need when they need it. And that can teach clients. And we've had years, I mean, Mark, like, I mean, how long we've had online casting sites that have been teaching clients the wrong thing about the value of voiceover. And those same platforms haven't said, hey, this is what you should do as clients because they want to be in the middle. They want to stay out of it. And I would say like those platforms were like the Uber and Lyft for, the taxi industry. But Uber and Lyft, they dictate the price. These platforms do not. So there's an open season of like, well, the client's always right. And like, well, we don't want to get in the middle. And it's like, well, you're harming the people that are making the industry that has made their company. They're harming it by not protecting the rates. So I think that's one of the major issues is that most people get in and they see stuff and it's all like bottom of the barrel type of, I would say like low hanging fruit type of work where they're getting low pay things, hobbyist type things. And they kind of wind up being in this area where they're not viewing their voiceover career as a career and as a business, as an entrepreneurial endeavor, and as somebody who's an art, it's an art form, and that there's value to that. So I think all those things combined create just the whole mess that we've been dealing with, since the internet essentially kind of, came into play in the industry. And I'll shut up because I could just keep going the whole time.
No worries, David. Thank you. I think, within the mess that you've just sort of explained, there is one very central theme, and that's the theme of value. There is, what value do I place on myself? And, what value do my clients place on the work that I'm doing? And I'll give an example. When I started out, and I'm being coached by King E, the convener of the conference. And I remember the very first time I charged for my service, and I was very scared to, charge anything meaningful. And then I found out about the rates guide that we have nationally in Nigeria, and I was charging 10% of the stipulated amount in that rate guide for a number of different reasons. I was starting out, can I charge that much? I wasn't sure about how much value I was sort of estimating on my, my voice and my work. So I guess just to stay on you a bit there, David, a lot of voice actors, especially young ones, still price based on fear of losing the job, fear of scaring off the client, fear of, just other things. But what's your advice for people getting themselves from a fear-based or even a client-driven pricing to what you called in one of your blogs a business that reflects your worth? And I know that it does take some amount of practice and experience to get to a place where you feel like you are worth something quite tangible. So how do you balance, all of those different things around fear and value and just having that voiceover business that really reflects what you're worth?
Yeah, I mean, it is a struggle. I've had it. I sometimes still have it where I'm like, oh, nope. It's like the intrusive thoughts, and you could go to therapy and do a lot of work, and then they can still be there, but you know how to manage it. And I think it's always a thing because our values derive from our vulnerability as an actor, like what we're putting out to the world. And as we all know, like if you if you book 10% of the time, you're doing really nice. So we're constantly getting rejection. We're just not, and that brings on a feeling of scarcity. And so I think a lot of people operate in a mode of scarcity. Well, what happens if it's too much? Or what if they go away? What if they don't want to pay my rate? And you're like, well, then do you want to work with them? And so I think there's a lot of like taking your power. So I know I keep like moving out of out of the frame here on the I have a swivel chair and it keeps moving. But so a lot of it is understanding that your work does have value and understanding the value in it. And I think when I tell people, oh yeah, this company, this brand is going to hire me to be the voice of their company, do you think that their expectation in their advertising campaign is to not make money? I mean, that's when they fire the ad agency. So their whole point of doing ads is to make as much money as humanly possible. And so now you're the voice delivering that ad to make them that money. You intrinsically have value, like right there. So a lot of people, they just don't quite get it. And even clients are like, oh, why isn't it like per minute or per hour? Or you're like, well, how much money do you think you're gonna make on this ad campaign? Oh, well, like maybe 20 million. Like, well, what's that worth to you if I deliver 20 million in revenue for you? And they're like, oh, okay, that makes a little, then maybe they think about the value a little bit differently. But we don't tend to think of it that way. And maybe some people, they don't even understand the usage like that, like I just explained. Like they just don't think about it from that perspective. They just see, oh, it's a commercial, it's for a company, and these are the rates. But they don't think about maybe the underbelly of it. And so, I think that the value, understanding your value comes with confidence as well, or being able to stand up for your value comes with confidence. And the only way you get confidence in this business is to do it and see some progress or results or success. And so I think it is really difficult when, like it took me a while to book my first job, like with an agent, probably a couple years, I think at least. And so in that time, I'm doing other work and doing other things. And that's a hard place to get confidence from when when you're not booking, you don't feel as if you're succeeding or being successful in what you're trying to do. So I think it's a reframing of understanding how this business works. It's so difficult. There's so much competition that you just don't get chosen, and that's just the way it is, and can't take it as a slight against you or what you're doing or an indication that you suck, because it can be a whole host of I've done e-learning work for Nike, and I got booked because I was available. There's three of us, and then I was the one that was available. So that's what it could be. It could be like you fit the time, and then we think about it like, oh, our art, and sometimes it's about getting the job done on the other side. So I think we have to understand the business in its entirety and how we fit into it, and then really understand the value that we need to command and work at getting to where you feel confident that you can do that. And I think the biggest advice I can tell someone is just start saying no. That'll make you feel, when you start saying no, you're like, I got the power now. Like I can control this. I don't want to work with that client because they're doing X, Y, and Z, or they're being difficult. They don't want to pay a fair rate. I don't want to work with them anyways. So not like, well, oh no, I'm not going to get that, but I want to work with someone who's going to devalue me. So it takes work. It takes time. I've had the fortunate pleasure of doing it, kind of as a part of my job. So I've been in it for years. And so I've learned that. But I have seen so many people progress just by really understanding and saying like, no, this is worth it. And I'm not going to work with those people if they don't want to pay a fair rate or negotiate. And I always tell people, you got to have some flexibility and leeway in this. Like there's different clients with different budgets, with different audiences, all kinds of different things. And that's why it's important to understand rates, and the process and negotiation like it's your business. Kind of weird. Like so many people don't know how to quote things, but yet they're out there selling their services, which seems pretty backwards, right? So understanding the rates and the structure of things gives you confidence within knowing, oh, this shouldn't be that. And then you can make it, okay, I can do it for 25% less. I don't feel devalued, but I understand like I'm gaining a client and maybe this is a long-term relationship. I'm going to be comfortable with this, but I know what things should be. And I'm not going to, I have a limit to where I'm going to go. That gives you confidence because you're operating as a business and you're operating with authority and power, not from scarcity, but from a place of value and knowing your worth. And so that's what I would suggest in response.
Thank you very much. That's a very pat response. And I'm going to just pick a word there that you said, negotiation. And I'm very keen, Charlene, to get your take on this. The title of this panel session is The Business Playbook for Voice Over Success. And we're talking about pricing, negotiation, and AI. So within the context of negotiation, you are an award-winning performer and voice actor, director. How do you approach negotiation when passion meets business? Because we're all very passionate. I mean, David can keep talking till tomorrow about this, you can tell. So it does show that we are genuinely passionate about the work that we do, but how do we balance that when we do have to carry out the business of voiceover, the business of the art that we have? So over to you, Charlene.
Thank you so much, Favor. I think you've said it so perfectly. It's about being able to balance the two, because being passionate, we're passionate. There's no other way you can be an artist without being passionate. For me, it stems from being an actress. And so that love of just telling stories it then comes alive on the microphone. I'm like, yay, just give me the mic. Let's tell the story. But I need to remember that we still have rent to pay. We still have bills to pay. We still have food to buy. And my passion will not buy me a loaf of bread. I can't walk into a supermarket and say, hi, I'm passionate. It will not work. So it's about being able to balance that and understanding that your cost is not something that you need to explain to your client. It's not something that you need to now start saying that, okay, I'm going to charge you $10. And from that $10, $5 of it goes to the actual production of the voice. And now the $2 goes into cleaning it. The moment you start breaking up things like that, your costs in that way, and explaining yourself, over explaining yourself to your client, you find yourself in a position, you're devaluing yourself instead. You're telling them that if you take out the dollar from the price that I quoted you, I can be able to give you this particular type of service. And what if the client then comes back to you and tells you, oh, hey, you know what? We really don't need all that. Don't give us the frills or the bells and whistles. Just give us a raw voice. Before you know it, you've undersold yourself. So negotiation is so, so, so important from the get-go. Before you even step into the booth, as passionate as you are, before you even open your mouth, it's important that you know what the script demands of you. That way you can negotiate properly. You can be able to say, all right, I know that this script, it looks like it's one line, but it's a tagline. It may just say, just do it, but bottom line is, it's a tagline. It's going to make this company millions and millions and millions of dollars. So that part of negotiation comes in once you've seen the script and you now know what is required of you and where your voice is going to be used. And then we can move on from there. You can then start looking at your rate card and saying, okay, for taglines, I charge this much. For live announcing events that are 4 hours long, I charge this much. For a minute ad, I charge this much. So these are all things that you're supposed to use your head and not your heart. Because the moment you bring your heart into things, things get messed up.
Don't over explain, use your head and not your heart. That's really, really important. Thank you very much, Arlene. I think we're going to get into probably the more contentious bit of the conversation, AI, and I'm very keen to hear from you, Akio. You're grounded, your work is grounded in culture and local language. And we're just very keen to hear from you. How do you see AI impacting regional language work in Africa? And in your opinion, can AI be a complement rather than a competitor in African markets? I think we already have a sense of Mark's views about AI from his initial comments. We'll come back to you, Mark. But Wakio, please kick us off with this conversation. Over to you now.
Thank you so much, Favor. I hope that you can hear me clearly. I want to digress just a little bit because there's a lot that was shared here. And I just wanted to bring it back to the ground. And to the ground is here in Africa, how things work. And I'm really excited to hear about SAGAFTRA and how the gig economy is really structured outside of Africa. I don't know about Nigeria, I don't know about Ghana, but in Kenya, the voice industry is quite young. It's an industry that is very elusive and people still are grappling in understanding what is this that you do. And that's why you'll meet clients telling you, oh, you want to charge that for just speaking? I could get my sister or my in-law to come and do it. So I want to speak on this place of community and the place of structure, which is really, really key. Just, I think in the next 13 days, the Actors Guild of Nigeria, the Actors Guild of South Africa, together with the Kenya Actors Guild, are convening for this very conversation on how we can speak with one voice and safeguard and protect the industry player who is the artist, on just not just in our voice, but in matters IP, in matters royalties and residuals and all those things. So I see how structure has really helped the industry outside of Africa to be stable. You know, we don't even have a rate card in Kenya, I would tell you that for sure. That we don't have a proper rate card. And that's why we have to create all these things. And in my classes, I would tell my students to have a questionnaire of things that are really valuable to them. And I would craft this as the work we're doing is a sacred transaction. And if you're going to lend yourself to this imaginary character to live their lives truthfully, then what is your profit? What are you gaining back? And so now individuals have to define their own profit by themselves. There's no standard way to say, now, if I'm going to do a radio ad for 30 seconds, it's going to cost, I don't know, it's going to cost $100. There's nothing that stipulates that. And that's why we'd fall back to sites like Realm Voices to get those questionnaires and try and get a red card. So structure is really key. And industry players and voice actors who are listening to this, I really want to encourage you to join a community, because once you're in that community, then we're able to strengthen our voice. We're able to empower ourselves to influence policy, to influence the rate cuts that we're talking about, to influence the industry so that the gig economy actually has a say and a standard. Say that if you're a novice at this account or whatever, it has to get to that point where it's clear. And I love that there's people who've already done it, so we won't just be we won't be inventing the wheel. We'll just be learning from those who've gone before us. Now to your question, matters AI. I am with Mark Cashman, y'all. I'm with him. I totally agree that it is the B word. So I do use AI, but in a different way. So I use it for brainstorming. So the thing about AI is if you use it to give you new knowledge, then you are empowering it. But if you are using it as an exchange of ideas, like we are brainstorming and we're using it for research and stuff like that, and gives you a summary of knowledge that you have, then I think it's valuable. It's got its values, of course, it's got its pros, and then it's got its cons. Earlier on, we were having this conversation. I was in the session that team was sharing, and it is a threat. It is seriously a threat to our careers. If previously, when it was starting out, it used to take 10 hours to actually clone a voice, and now it takes 3 seconds to clone a voice, then we are definitely being threatened. How can we use it? I don't know how you can partner with the devil. I really don't know how you can do that. At the same time, there are certain things that we need to really hold close. We really need to be able to influence certain things that can protect us. And I love the way Nava has created this site and has given us contracts and keywords, red flags that you can see that in your contract, they will tell you that your voice is likely going to be used as a clone voice or synthetic voice or whatever else they call the AI voices. But here's the thing. If we do not have, I fall back to the communities, if we do not have legislature that protects us, one thing is for sure, we cannot track some of our voices, especially here in Africa. When you do your work with an international agent, you can't track where it's being played. You can't track how often it has been played. You can't even track buyout. So we're already at a disadvantage. And for that reason, it really calls for us. And that's why we're having this conference. And that's why it's this panel is as diverse as we are. Because then how can we have a body that protects all voiceover artists? Because our work is very remote. It's remote. It goes everywhere. Our voice is traveling all over the world. I think my voice has traveled further than I have. And then how is it protected when it has gone across borders? So I think for us in this conference, if we can figure out how to unite in a way that it protects the artist's voice that travels all over the world, then we will be in a better place to implement these laws. There's ways sometimes when we get into contracts, the laws that govern that contract are foreign laws. We're in situations where you get a contract and the laws that are governing that contract are South African laws. For sure, you don't. If I'm Kenyan, I don't know South African laws. So I don't know to what extent my voice is protected, to what extent it's not. But if we have a body that all our voices go to, and we have a common contract, we have common rate cuts, we have common understanding, work ethic, and then it cuts across everyone, this would be really be helpful to protect us. And again, if you're a voiceover artist and you're here and you're not in a community, you're doing yourself a disservice, because the community needs muscle. Muscle comes from you being a member, and then we can be able to champion our governments to implement policies that protect us from infringement and breach of contracts and things like that. Yeah.
Could I jump in on some of that? Because I think that I have something I could add here. So I worked with OVU, which is a Latin American NAVA, essentially. And we created a Latin American rate guide. And their goal is to unify, like exactly what you're talking about, Wakio. I hope I said your name right. Sorry. That's exactly what they wanted to do, because things are different in Colombia compared to Mexico, compared to Argentina, compared to Chile. So they're like, oh, well, like in Colombia, they don't, usage isn't a thing. And I'm hearing something similar maybe in Africa, where it's about the time and not the usage of that voice. So the way that it here, UK, it doesn't matter how long, 15, 30, 60 seconds, it's all the same. It's how long you're using that to run, to make money. That's where the value is, because 3 months compared to 6 months compared to a year, there's more. So like if they're going to say, oh, we're going to run this for three months, well, that's lower than running it for a year. So there's, to get the standardization, which Ziba put in the, in the chat there, and Wakio was talking about, that's what we did with Latin America. And what they did is they took the rate guide and they used a population percentage factor. So the population of Colombia compared to the population of US, and then used a factor to then reduce the amount based on their population. So they have a Latin American rate guide, and it looks exactly like ours in their colors, and you can pick the country you want, and then boom, pop the rates. So that might be something that could be, like if you have one of the guides, like one of the main guides you were talking about, and you want to unify, you could do something like that. I think there's ways to do that, but community, absolutely, in numbers and power. But yeah, that's kind of one of the ways that I think you can do that. And what you're talking about is really, yeah, like a union. Like we have the union, but most of the work in the US is non-union. And so the rate guide has become like the non-union industry standard for that type of stuff. And that could be very similar for Africa, where these things, applied based on maybe the economies of scale of the different countries, based, for the amount, but then everyone is working off of a similar way that their voiceover is priced. So like I'm saying, we do commercials in usage time, not on spot time. And I would suggest that that's the way everybody should do it, because you are losing value if you charge $200 for 30 seconds and then they have it to run for what, forever? Like, and that's a big thing, because there's conflicts. If I do something for Pepsi and they have it forever, like I'm never going to be able to audition for another soft drink in the rest of my life. So, because that's a very competitive thing, and they may hold a conflict. So you don't have any way, like if you just say, oh, $100 for a 30-second ad, well, now you could have conflicts. And that may not be how companies work in Africa, but they'll figure it out at some point, right? Like I think everybody kind of is like, oh wait, no, we're getting the better deal of that. So I think setting it up maybe in a unified way that works, like we're talking about the world, like this is the way that it should be, that we think it values people for what they do, then maybe adopting some of those things. Now that might be difficult to try to get people to understand. But I think that that's a way to kind of have us all be on a similar, like how we do it, and change like the amounts that those would be based on economies of scale. But yeah, I agree. Like that's one way that we could accomplish that.
Thank you very much. What I really like about the way the conversation is going is we're talking about not just the problems that AI brings to the space. We're not just talking about, the lack of like a rate card in Kenya, for example, but we're also talking about the potential solutions. And I think these things have real impacts. I don't think this is a theoretical conversation because truly, like if we have certain countries that have very loose standards and very little protection, other countries could take advantage of those countries and say, I'm only going to be working mostly with voiceovers there just because I know that the laws are lax, and they take advantage of that.
Yeah, or rates.
So
They do that. Like Mexico will hire people from Colombia because Colombian, like the economies of scale is much lower, and so they can pay them much less. And so the same thing, rules and then economies of scale, they will take advantage of.
And the truth is, I think this is the point that Wakil makes. We cannot achieve that harmonization if we are taking a fragmented approach to structuring, these different contracts or standards. We need to really come together as a community, first of all, within our respective countries, and then regions, and then globally, before we can really get to that, place where we are all on the same page. So thank you very much for those thoughts, Wakil. I'm looking at the time, and I'm tempted to bring in Mark very quickly on the AI points because I've got a question for you there. And then I'm keen to get some thoughts or questions from the audience. So can I just ask you all, colleagues, to please just post your questions in chat now whilst we take Mark's response to my question, and then we can hopefully get some interaction before we wrap up in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So, I mean, we've spoken about the threat that AI is. But I think, Mark, there's also the responsibility on us to maintain our originality as voiceover talents. So my question to you is, in a world where the AI is becoming the order of the day, as Tim said in his presentation, borders are disappearing, and clients have way more choices than they did a few years ago. What, in your opinion, with the wealth of experience that you have, will make your voice not just heard, but remembered, especially now that, it can be duplicated? So what can one do?
Wow. Wow. Your voice being remembered. That's, I think every actor in the world strives to have their voice remembered or their face remembered. And that's a pretty tall mountain to climb. Again, AI, the good thing is that we're addressing the threat, and trying mightily to have that, actually happen. Somebody asked me the other day, what's your biggest take on AI? And I say that AI is like we are on a wagon train and with 12 galloping horses, and we only have the reins on the last 2, and the other 10 are still galloping, and we're still trying to get the reins on them as we're going along, and it's very, very difficult for us to do it. It's getting out of our hands. The one thing that we have to do is again, we have to protect ourselves, and the way we protect ourselves is by having standards. And the standards are, again, the rate that SAG-AFTRA has based on usage, based on population. When you do a union spot in the United States, depending upon where your spot is running, you will get paid more for the largest markets, New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, and then you get a little bit less for the little bit smaller markets, but all your usage is based on population. Well, this is a very, very easy thing to do, okay? Is based on population and have some standard rates based on population and usage, as David pointed out very, very easily. So we just have to stand together, we've got to have some standards. And that's why NAVA is doing what they're doing. That's why SAG-AFTRA has always been in the forefront of having absolute, minimum standards there. But I want to empower all voice actors out there today to do something that AI can't do, and that's basically you establishing your value. When you were talking about that earlier, I'm going to give you a very, very easy way to do this, and Charlene touched on us earlier as well, and that is breaking down a job. So here's an example. You see a job and you see how much it pays. There's an audition. You audition for it. You look at the price and you say, okay, I will audition for this job based on this amount of money, based on from what I see are charging for this job or giving voice actors for this job. I can see based on that it is that's a fair rate, and it will take me X amount of time to do that rate, to do that job, and that's so you find the job fair. So here's what I want you to do. When you invoice the client for that job, do not just have the invoice say, Mark Cashman voiceover job, and then I get paid $1,000. I want you to break that job down in your invoice. I want you to let them know what you're charging for your performance, your talent. I want you to let them know what you're charging for your production services, you as an editor, you mastering and recording everything. And then I want you to break down your studio time, how much your studio time is per hour, and break that down in the invoice, not in your initial negotiations. You say, yes, I'll do the job for $1,000, but $750 of that will be my talent. 200 of that will be, or 150 of that will be my production services, my editing services, and the other rest of it will be the actual studio time that you bought from me. I invested in the studio. I put a lot of money and equipment in this studio. I've spent a lot of years learning how to edit and record and master. I've spent a lot of years also learning how to be a talent and a performer. Those are three services that I want you to in your invoice and break down. Why? Because after you do a job, they may come back and say, hey, listen, we don't need you to but we do need you to break down your 60 into a 30 and a 15 and do these extra post-production services, which you can charge for because you already broke it down in your original invoice. You're not doing it for free. So let your clients know that you are much more than just a talent, much more than just a performer. You are a producer. You are an editor. And you also have a studio that's not free. You invested time and equipment in that studio. So don't think that they can get these other services for free afterwards after you did your job. Let them know that they're getting more than just performance. So that's the way to empower yourself while we're still battling AI. We're going to be battling AI for a while. But in the interim, you need to basically show your worth. You can do that, break that down on paper, and literally show them, I'm more than just a talent.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Thank you very much for sharing that. That's very detailed.
Favor, could you allow me to just add something to that, please?
Go ahead, Wakia, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cashman. I have mad respect for you. Another thing I think that we can always try to get into competition with the AI is nuances. I think it's been my experience that AI has not arrived there yet, but it's catching on really, really fast. But we have, as human beings, we have the ability to have things running in our mind while we are speaking. And I don't think AI has that. Earlier on in the class, we were dealing with performances, is there are things that are going on through your mind that really do affect the texture, the color of your speech. And sometimes the things going on in your mind are not necessarily what you're picking off the copy. You could be reading something on the copy, but your mind is thinking about, oh my God, did I turn off the gas when I left the house? And all these different thoughts that are going on in your mind, they add a level of texture that is very unique to your performance. And I'm always encouraging artists as well. Don't be so locked onto the copy that you can't let your mind wander. Even being out of character is actually being in character, because that's the way we are naturally as human beings. We're not always constantly just thinking about one thing while we're doing it. Our mind always wanders, and allowing your mind to wander while you're in the booth gives a lot of texture and color and spice to your voice without even knowing. Because our voice usually deceives us. It picks up the things from our brain and it translates it into the microphone. And that's what makes our voices very unique and beautiful. So allow yourself also, while you're performing, to be free, to experience the copy, to enjoy the copy and enjoy the moment, and let all your senses be present during your performance. That's what will make the difference, because AI clearly does not have all the senses. And the power sense is actually the sixth sense, which is the mind that wonders. I hope that helps.
That's incredible. Because I mean, I think the key point, if I can sum that up, is you are the talent, you have the edge. Do not lose that, in the midst of trying to be efficient or be quick about things. And I think that's a really important point you've mentioned. It is something you said that has sort of spurred me to bring in Charlene to the conversation. Just talking about being character, Charlene, that's something that you know how to do really well, and you've been awarded for being in character. So very keen to get your reflections on the AI conversation, given that you're playing in a much wider space beyond voiceovers, but also in the movie and directing industry as well. So over to you, please.
One of the things I love the most about acting, whether it's on stage or it's on TV, is the fact that I get to embody this person, this character, this being who thinks differently from Charlene. Her name is Belinda, and she's a street walker, and she sells unquestionable things. Now, all of a sudden, I get into that person's mind, and I get to kind of think like her. So I've borrowed from that and brought it into the booth with me, knowing that each copy is different. In a particular morning, I may do copies for 5 different supermarkets. And it's important that they all sound different, because these are supermarkets in my country, in my city. So you want to sound different. For that to happen, it's about being able to, like what Wakio said, being able to find out what exactly the character is calling for, and being that person, so that you are not just thinking linear, you're not thinking just according to what the white copy is saying, and you're actually branching out into what else could this person be thinking? Are they coming from somewhere else? Where are they going? The entrances and exits, those are some of the basic rules of acting. Where are you going? Where are you coming from? That informs your decision. Now, as an African, there's one of the things that I think we can beat AI with, to be honest, are our pronunciations, the way we say things. It's so different. For example, in Zimbabwe, we have a lot of cities and towns that are named in our local languages. There's no way I can be calling a local space with an English accent. So I'm in Harare, I'm not in Harare. Does that kind of make sense? I don't put an English spin on something that is authentically African. Bring your Africanness into it, and something that AI cannot do. AI can say Charlene, but AI cannot say Tinevimbo nicely. It's very difficult for that to happen. So I'm going to bring in my Shona nuances. I'm going to bring in my Ndebele nuances, things that I know that AI will struggle with. But these are things that I have grown up with. So I feel like as an African, these are the things that we can tap into, that we can harness. And even when it comes to character development of your script, it's about understanding what that script wants you to perform and
visualizing who your audience is. Are you talking to someone in a bus, or are you talking to someone in their living room? Are you talking to people in a boardroom? That way you'll know how hard to sell the copy that you are actually reading, or if it's something that you need to be whispering, are you narrating it, or are you telling them to go out and buy? It all comes from being informed by the character you need to put on. So take time with your script. You'll understand the person you're supposed to be. Put that person on.
That's incredible. And I'm going to try and sum that into a quote. And that is, AI will never replace the storyteller. It may echo the sound, but it can never replace the soul of the storyteller. Because truly, we've lived, right? We've been through primary, secondary, university. We've been through breakups. we've been through life. We've lost money. We've gained money. AI hasn't had those experiences. So it can never measure up. And I think we need to start treating it as though it's just a little assistant, a tool, right? An enabler, but not the original thing that brings the soul to the scripts that we interpret. So really excellent perspective there. Thank you. We'll just take 2 questions because there's no time. I'm really sorry. We've got so many. Yes, I think someone wanted to jump in quickly whilst I sift out questions. David, was that you?
Yeah. If I could, I was just gonna key out, like, everyone's like such great stuff. Like I've been telling people, like, become an actor. Like, that's the way I think it always should be. But there's a lot of voiceover service providers out there that are just putting voice out, and they don't treat themselves as an actor, and they don't look at, like Charlene was saying, that's a lot of Meisner. Like, what's going on? Like, why are you saying this? Like, these are acting skills, and who are you talking to? What did they just say? What just happened for, like, before your line to make you say what, or maybe the emotion that you're going to have? So all of those things, being an actor, making choices off of, that are based on what you said. Favor was like, I don't know if I said your name right, but you said about being, I just forgot it, but you have to make your choices. You have to be an actor, and because that's not going to happen with AI. Like, the experiences, all the different experiences make our soul and who we are, and how we may perceive a certain situation, our life experiences. Like, there may be a script, and it's like, oh, you're brushing your teeth and talking to your wife in the bathroom while this thing is going on. This is a script I had. And you're like, oh, I've done that. And now you're gaining your life experiences, and you're doing it the way that you would. And that's unique. And AI won't be able to change that, hopefully, in our lifetimes. So dedicating to being a storyteller like that is really important. And on Mark's point, I think I would put on your in the invoice, all those things, great. Also put what that work is for, what the usage. Just added. You may have a contract, but it's just another layer of protection. And if you pay your invoice, like, maybe you don't have a contract, maybe they don't sign it, but the more times that you say this is what it's for and this is what it's not for, then you're protecting yourself.
Absolutely. In fact, a simple 1-page letter of agreement that spells out what you're getting paid for, what the job is for, how long it lasts, just all the terms that you agreed to on a simple 1-page letter of agreement. And if you don't have a letter of agreement for your jobs, you can find them online. There are millions of them out there. Make it simple, make it to the point. Favor mentioned the soul. That is the key. Every day, AI is trying to sound like us. It's trying to mimic us, and it's getting better and better and better. They may not be able to do things today, but trust me, they're going to be able to do things tomorrow. How do we distinguish ourselves from AI? What is going to make us be hired more than a robot? Really, what it comes down to is, technically, it's us, but it has to be, they want us. In other words, when clients decide they want to work with people as opposed to robots, that's the decision that is going to be made every single day. We have to show them that we are better than a robot, that we can give these people something that is spectacular, that makes them go, wow. I always say AI right now is good enough. Good enough. And a lot of people will accept good enough. Good enough is good enough for them. But for other people, good enough is not good enough. And that's where we are going to shine as human beings as opposed to robots. We just have to make people want to work with us more than a machine. And there are certain things that they're going to want to use machines for. We use machines. We use machines every day. All right. But in terms of performance, and if you think, by the way, AI is just coming after us, the next big thing is coming after on camera actors, and I mean there are just people who've been doing uh, film dubbing, foreign film dubbing. They're being replaced, and everybody's being replaced. I mean, it's unbelievable. Makeup, wardrobe, CGI, special effects. I mean, it's just it's this is a sea change. This is
Wait till the producers get taken.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
incredible. It's incredible. We just have to show them every day that it's better to work with a person than it is with a machine. And we're going to have to prove ourselves every single day to do that. But what Favor said, the soul, the soul, the soul. That's the key. And Wakio mentioned that as well, and Charlene mentioned that as well. Again, it's the soul. What distinguishes us from a machine?
Yeah.
Thank you
Mark,
very
I
much.
think the hardest thing, I think what we're facing is that if they clone your voice, it means it's already hard enough competing with other amazing voiceover artists out there. And now somehow you're also competing with yourself because your voice has been cloned and it's being used to do a job there. So they're making it really hard for us.
Well,
But
that's where the control comes from, like having control over that cloned voice and not letting it be stolen. You know, using the AI
absolutely.
writer and having that control to the compensation. And I'll say, like the Mark mentioned a letter of agreement. Nava has scope of work contracts that are essentially that they were written by a lawyer, and there's one for commercial and one for narration, and those are on the same Nava site. So if you go to get the AI writer, it's right there with them, so you can get that type of agreement letter there very easily.
Right. We are at time. I think this has been really, really interesting. And I'm really sorry to colleagues whose questions we couldn't take. I'm pretty sure that the organizers will pull them together and maybe find a way to make sure that they're responded to. But let me end by saying that your voice is a vehicle, right? That carries the message that the company wants to pass across that will eventually make them money. But you need to protect that vehicle, service the vehicle, get yourself into a community, make sure you know about those different contracts, intellectual property rights. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the maximum value from that vehicle. So, this has been incredibly insightful. Thank you so, so very much. David Tabak, Mark Cashman, Charlene, Wakil, thank you so very much for joining us. And it's been such an honor for me to actually chair this panel of such great minds. So thank you all so much and enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm going to hand back to Presh Talker, if I'm not mistaken, to take us to the end of today's engagement. Thank you all once again, and I hope you enjoyed the session.
Thank you, Favor.
Thanks and good.
Thank you, Favor.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Favor.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's been fun. If we want to set something up to go over some of those questions, I'm happy to do that too. We can have a little extra time, something else on rates and things. Happy to do that. So let me know. Have a great rest of the day, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Good luck with the
Thanks,
conference.
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Recording stopped.